Hi. I'm going to try and start pretty quickly because I got a lot of things to say. First off, it's been a while, I admit this. Unfortunately, I've experienced some critical technical failures that made it physically impossible for me to actually do any streams, and I apologize for that. Second, while I was gone, some strange anomalies have occurred. The KSP stream archive videos on the YouTube have become anomalously popular. Most of the videos on the archive will get on average a viewership of between like 20 and 4. But streams 2 and 5 of the KSP mapless have both gotten to 3-digit numbers, and I'm a little uncertain what to do about that. But my conclusion is I should do nothing, because I don't choose when lightning strikes, but I am clearly doing something right. It was just really confusing to come back from a week of technical issues to see that I have somehow gained subscriber. Regardless, let's get back to the action. I sit here in casual Mesopotamia, our first moon landing site, to marvel at our accomplishments and look back at Kerbin. I'm a little out of practice, but I was not idle in between the last 2 streams. I have tried my absolute best to get a robust system for orbit determination, assuming elliptical orbits are possible. I failed. But in the case of non-elliptical orbits, like what we were trying to do last time to get to figure out the general orbital parameters of Minmus, I formalized our results from last time. This is the observer survey sheet. Basically, it takes the idea that we had last time of an orbital telescope type thing, taking routine periodic measurements of a location or of an object in an orbit, and assuming they're circular, can calculate the radius. I wanted a simple, straight point A to point B equation that just tells you to put in all the angles, put in your altitude, put in that stuff, and you're good on figuring out the orbital parameters. I did not succeed, but I've managed to get it down to like a simple parametric equation where if you just sort of mess with the value of what you assume the radius to be, improve your estimate until the equation equals 0, then you will have a valid answer. So this first row right here is just the same numbers we had last time. And here's the radius we calculated effectively. But now I've added in solver technology to the spreadsheet. So we no longer have to worry about putting the numbers ourselves. It'll put in the numbers for us. So all I have to do with this sheet now is put in our altitude. If the planet has a radius, put that in. The 3 angles from straight down that we observe. That'll give us some random number here in a radius. All I have to do is say, hey, solver, modify this value to make this value 0, and it'll modify it, and it'll give us the radius. Having attempted to graph the equations I'm using, there is possibility of other answers, but those answers are either negative or basically at the same altitude of our observer. So for those situations, the best course of action would be to just make the radius arbitrarily large and let it sort of step down to the local minima, or the local 0 solution. The nearest 0. And I think that'll work. So it's not perfectly mathematically refined, but it is technically automatic. And that's good. That said, my attempts at doing the general case for ellipses has failed. I got way too deep into the weeds of trigonometry. I as much as I enjoy math, I hate trig. But I can at least tell you my thought process. This here is my thought process, basically. This is how I sort of visualize the situation. We have a planet K, we have an observer S. There is a known distance between them H, and we have periodic observations of angles at points A, B, and C, lying along this hypothetical line going from S to each individual point. The angles that we are measuring are the angles between K, S, and then the observation point. These are represented by the angles, at least in this chart, alpha, beta, and gamma for A, B, and C. What we want, ultimately, is to convert those into angles at Kerbin and, you know, figure out the timings of everything from there. More importantly, what we want is, because we know that these three observations are equal time apart, we can use some classic Keplerian logic to say that the ellipse wedge of, like, the ABK wedge is the same area as the BCK wedge. So I believe there's something we can do where we can constrain this whole problem by setting those two equal to each other. Now, I gave up trying to do this before I figured out the parametric strategy for the circular equivalent. But maybe there is something there that I can do, and maybe it's not a giant monstrosity of an equation. In principle, the only difference for the circular and the ellipse cases are that instead of saying that the area of these two wedges are the same for an ellipse, we're saying that the line segment A to B and B to C are the same size, the same length. And that makes the math easier. But that also comes with a lot of other convenient equivalences, like the radius from K to the observation points are all equal, etc., etc. So there's something that we can work for. This angle over here, this is the difference between our location of observation and the actual argument of periapsis, like physically where it is. Which means that if we get the angles alpha, beta, and gamma, we convert to angles on the same line towards A, towards B, towards C. This addition of this, like, hypothetical angle over here would convert those into the true anomalies. I failed at wrangling this together. The equations got big and scary and I burnt out. But if you are an expert on this type of thing, please contact me. I would like to know. Angle orbit determination is apparently hard. We do not have the luxury of knowing the range. If we knew the range from S to the points when we make the observation, this would be easy by comparison. But we don't got that, and we won't for a while. For now, I think my goal is to just do it with the circular method and assume that we don't have to worry about the eccentricities, because the thing that will really kill us is our imprecision. Those angles are going to be real fuzzy and really error prone. Compared to that, the eccentricity of most celestial objects is basically zero for all we care. It blurs into nothing. But with all of that preamble, we can finally begin. What do we want to do? We've got basically two options. We can make more astronomical measurements. We can attempt to go to Minmus. Or we can attempt to go back to the moon, get more science. Either by landing in a new location or making our field study machine payload at one of our pre-existing locales. Thinking about it, I think I do want to make at least one attempt at more measurements of Minmus, and maybe even one attempt at flying there, with the luxury of just sort of canceling that. But then beyond that, we'll just go back to the moon some more. I don't think there's a problem with the routine. It's one thing to go to a planet or celestial object once, but if we're formalizing, we're standardizing, we're refining our results, we can turn it into a routine. And routines are boring, but making everything routine and boring is kind of the goal of logistics. All right, so I got to figure out which one of these is my satellite. Automatic scrolling doesn't really work because of the way I cheesed this, so I gotta physically go over to the sidebar and scroll around a bit. There we go. To the flight, to the operation of this, our designated orbital satellite, the Orbungle. I am worried that we're gonna slap into that in like a million orbits. Most objects you eject that do not have self-propulsion will return to the scene of the crime. And unfortunately, the scene of the crime is you, making you into the corpse. I gotta remember how we operate this thing. First off, where's Minmus? No, that's Jewel. Must. There it is. We are not accounting for eccentricity right now, but one day we may have to. Okay, so let's start us off by getting our conditions. I suddenly need a crash course in how to operate my own machinery. I don't think we put KAS modules on this thing, so it's just going to be purely physically manipulating the servos and the hinges. That's okay. So step one is we want to go into surface mode and go radial in. This will align the probe's body to straight down. From here, we want to align ourselves so that we are facing effectively north-south along our orbit. That way, inclination is not necessarily a factor as we turn. And then from here, we want to rotate the heart of the big arm here to point towards Minmus. But we very specifically want to do that at the shift of our altitude. So where along the orbit do we want to do this? Right now it's 7392. If we go to 739, let's say 0. Okay, there's one weakness of this system, and it's that the precise moment of our measurement's a little hard to pin down. I'm going to try and do it at 7390. At time. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now, we've got some time. We've got some precision. The relay network has killed us. We do not have access to Kerbin. We can't do this. Okay, note to self. Improve the relay network. Yeah, let's just go for another orbit real quick. Now, we have pretty good relays set up on the Kerbin and Moon side of things. But sometimes we just get none of it. Okay, I'm gonna go for 7391 again. In retrospect, I feel like I should have put this in a hyperelliptical orbit. Oh. There we are. Okay, step one, find Minmus. There's Minmus. Okay, we want radial in. We are aligned north-south. Oh, we are currently at angle. Let's go to 0. And if that's tilting us north-south, then we want the servo to accommodate this by maybe spinning its whole thing 90 degrees. There we go. Now when we change the angle, it is still angling us up and down. I don't even put the servo on that side if that's what that did. Oh well. Well, I guess the solution to that one is to spin ourselves 90 degrees and then ignore the servo forever. Okay, positive angles are going that way. Wait a minute. Now, we want our angles to be relative to the ground, so this is actually like 180 plus, but we can account for that. As long as we know that, we can do it. Okay. Next objective is angle ourselves to point at Minmus. The way to do that is to aim camera here. Like this. Aligning the text so that the start of the text is where the point is, I think, is a decent approximation. So I'm going to set that as our first observation at 7391 at an angle of 40. So just to confirm, this is 7391,000. Body radius is, of course, 600,000. First angle is going to be... Strictly speaking, it's 180 plus 40. So that would be 220. Now the system is going to complain at me for a bit, but that's okay. We expect it. We know it. Okay. Next step is do one orbit. Come back to 7391. On the receding side, of course. Okay, there's our point. Confirmed by the fact that we basically didn't change our tilt all that much. Okay, now we increase our angle. Looking for Minmus. It's gonna be a tough one. I think that's too far. 73 is too far. Try 70. $71 is too much. 70 is not enough. How about we put that down at 70.5? Our first additional decimal. Look, we'll get the accuracy as we can. So that would be 180 plus 70.5, which is to 50.5. All right. Next up, another orbit, and this one will probably go so far that we have to flip the ship around and do it from pointing down. At that point, we can just write the number as the negative of the angle. In fact, how about I prep that now? Principally, we do this. Set target angle to basically 0. Roll to fit. And warp. Also, since we know we're pointing straight down, we can use the actual, like, angle of the telescope itself to determine when we're ready to do another grab. Here we're on the opposite side of the planet, and then we come around back. And watch, as we go over the center point, we should see 7391 appear. There we go. As you can see, at this exact moment, we're basically pointed at the planet once more. That's exactly what we want. Okay, and Minmus is solidly to our left, but below us visually. That's kind of what we expected. So we want a very negative angle for this. We went from 220 to 250. So we could imagine it went another 30. So I'm thinking an angle of 80, perhaps? Just about. A little more. Negative 83 isn't enough. What about negative 84? Negative 84 is just about it. So this would be a case of... well, effectively 360 minus 84, which is 276. I just wanted to do the math here real quick. There we go, 276. Now, the arc equivalence is complaining because these numbers are wild. And understandably, they're wild. They're... well, our old measurements were pretty simple to work with because they were all between 0 and 180 on one side ascending. These are a little strange in that they're descending. But we have a reasonable estimate already. Let's put in 60 million. And as we can see, it's already pretty close. Now we deploy the solver. Now you won't see this, but I see it. We want to set our objective to be getting this to 0 by changing the variable here. And we do this. Interesting. Solver encountered an error value in the objective cell or a constraint cell. One of the cells of the worksheet became an error value when Solver tried certain values. Now, we've got a bungled number here. It seems like... well, what happens if I turn this positive? It still just numbs out. Oh, we're like an order of magnitude off here. There we go. How about we do that again? Because we are close. I think it's just that we need to constrain the value a bit. Okay, let's go to the solver. And by changing the value in here, subject to the constraints. Constraint. I've bungled something here. There you go. Cell reference U. Let's say is greater than some safe lower estimate here. I'm going to say it's definitely greater than 30 million. Okay, now it just tried to minimize it. Is there a problem with my logic in doing these? It was 70.5, that would be 50.5 from the 180 point. Maybe if I reverse these and just say, hey, let's just pretend that these observations are going backwards, yeah? So let's just say 360 minus U, please. Then we do 360 minus U, please. Oh, forgot to form this as an equation. 360 minus U equals 360 minus U. Okay, now those should do something in the regime. That looks good. Let's try the solver on this. Solve this by getting it to a value of 0. By changing the variable here. Subject to the constraint that the cell is greater than 30 million. Still doesn't like it. I didn't add an extra 0. It's not like 300 million. But if we put in our first estimate, 0.05, go up to, if we use this value again, it should be an identical answer here. Yes, the only difference is that one's negative, one's not. That's a good sign. 3. That makes it lower. The equation's good for these? They look identical. I am seeing the problem, though. It is sort of... converging strangely. I suppose the system is not as perfect as I would have hoped. But at least from last time's angles being pretty good, and our test orbit for figuring those out, I still feel pretty confident that the values involved are still pretty much... Like, I think our first radius estimate is okay. Actually, there was another option I thought of for figuring it out. It's pretty much the exact same way we did it for the moon. But I think it might be fun to try it out. All we gotta do is point at Minmus directly. In fact, we don't even need the whole angle system, so I'm gonna reset this to 0, and I'm gonna show you how I plan on doing it. So, here's plan number 2. There's the camera fixes itself. We point the camera, we point our telescope directly at Minmus. There it is. Let's just, camera. Perfect. Okay, here's the plan. We mark the time right now. And I guess we'll do it in mission elapsed time. The plan is pretty simple. Wait until one orbit happens. The only way that an orbit could happen is if Minmus reappears in the center of our reticle. At that point, we log that time, and then we know the orbital period, convert based on our known mu value of Kerbin, and we will have our semi-major axis. Let's just figure this out over here. I don't have a good mu determination plan, but let's see here. 101, 345.03. 101, 345.03. That's just day, hour, minute, second. 101, 345.03. Okay. Now we warp. Now, there is some variability to this, unfortunately. One, the planet might be in the way just inconveniently at the time that we make our second measurement. The other thing is that we're going to be off, potentially, by the magnitude of our own orbit. Because we physically might not be in the same location, even if Minmus is in the same direction. Here you can see what I see. And what I see is not a lot. I don't see Minmus at all. I'm expecting it to appear from vaguely above. I also expect it to be moving fairly slowly compared to everything else. I'm not too worried about missing it. Oh, oh, oh! There it is. Okay, now just a little more. Oh, 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 oh. I missed it. Okay, but that's okay. We have a decent estimate now. I'm gonna chalk like 1 hour off of that just to be safe. Okay, okay. How about we just say it's like pure 150? Actually, let's just do this in terms of literal days that have gone by. So it is 101.5. Let's say this is going to be a really rough estimate, but that's okay. Versus 153. Let's say that. So that was one orbit of Minmus. Basically 53 days. So let's just do some automated math on that. 51.5 days. We know that is equal to 6 hours per day, then 60 minutes per hour, then 60 seconds per minute. An orbital period of 1112400 seconds. Cool. Now we gotta remember how to do orbital period math. Basically, what's the conversion? Let me just check my equations here. But this one should be simple because it's literally just flat out orbital period, and here it is. Right, right. Pretty simple. Let's doodle it down here. So, the general form, in the form of orbital period, it's equal to the circle constant over the square root of mu times the square root of semi-major axis cubed. Which means it's equivalent to the circle constant times the whole thing semi-major cube that looks like a 4 over the gravitational constant. Now for what we want, we're gonna go period squared divided by circle constant squared multiplied by mu, and then you take the third root of all of this. And that should get you your semi-major axis. So let's calculate that real quick. We got our orbital period right here. Okay, so orbital period, let's say mu. And that's really all we need. I'll add in tau because I'm fancy like that. Okay. Orbital period is that. Our mu value for Kerbin as we officiate it right now is that. Which one of these is the sheet of mu? There we go. Paste as value, please. Thank you. Good. Okay, so the equation is going to be the power of period times mu value divided by circle constant times circle constant. 1/3. Okay, very interesting. It's saying an orbital radius, a semi-major axis of 50 million. Interesting. Very interesting. Now, I acknowledge that my measurements involved were pretty haphazard. If we want to bolster on the additional hour, we could just say, hey, let's just add 360 to this, so 5,000 exactly. But that would lower it. Wait, why would it lower it? Something tells me that maybe I bungled this math somehow. Why would increasing the orbital period decrease the result? Okay, time to check my work. It would be period. Yeah, okay. The equation. Circle constant over mu. Circle constant times the square root of a cubed over mu. We then put it to period over tau of the square root of a cubed over mu. You square that, you get period squared divided by circle constant squared equals a cubed over tau. So you multiply it, sorry, not tau, by mu. So you multiply it by mu, and you've got period squared mu over circle constant squared equals semi-major cubed. And then you take the cubed root of that. So in what world would increasing the period somehow decrease the final answer? They scale together. Like, if I put a 2 on this... Okay, well, now it goes up. Wait, was it going up the whole time and I just didn't notice it? 1112400, and I put in a 5000 4799 4807. Okay. I guess I saw 4799 as like 4999 and panicked. My bad. Still, though, that gives us the potential orbital semi-major axis of 48 million. Now we put one satellite into orbit around Kerbin at roughly 62 million, and that one was moving slower than Minmus. So we know that, like, functionally, that's an upper bound. Don't tell me I accidentally put, like... Did I accidentally put, Yeah, I accidentally put trim on this thing. I keep accidentally putting trim on the satellites. I think it's because I'm alt-tabbing while turning. That's okay. What's important is that we now have at least a lower and upper bound for Minmus's orbit. We think. We're pretty sure. That it's somewhere between 62 million and 48 million meters. Could just say megameters, I suppose, but who does that? Where is that vessel that we put into the test orbit? And I suppose, what was that test orbit? What's the botanist? Scroll down more. I think there's something fundamentally wrong with my system here. Maybe kill the flags, kill the debris. Did I send the botanist? I suppose it makes sense. I wanted a satellite. Botanist is our satellite. Here it is. Yeah, so this was 62, and Minmus was faster than it. Okay, so let's put that down. Upper bound 62 mil. And yeah, I know I'm not factoring in the radius of Kerbin, I don't care. So let's go down to... Let's go down to 50. I'm contemplating how to do this. Minmus is sort of there, and I wanna... Ironically, I'd like to get close to Minmus before I do this. So let's just wait. We're going years into the future, but not many. Alright, so if I'm correct about the relative positions of everything involved... An asteroid just flew by, that's cool. Okay, Minmus should be like right in front of us, approximately. So from here, let's go down to an orbit of 50 million. Really, like, calculate this. Give it some bounds. Okay, so right now we are currently in orbit of 62331. Oh, sorry, I forgot 1,000. There we go. And we want to get to... Let's say target radius. We will factor in the planet here. Of 50 million. Needed velocity of 222.8. I can do that. Okay, we've got satellite connection, 222.8. Okay. Go to the other side. Looks like we may be overshooting it a little bit. That's fine. I know our measure for our mu value for Kerbin's a little off. Not as precise as the moon one, I feel. Okay, we're at 49337 now. $265.9. Okay. Too far. There we are. Where's Minmus? So Minmus is past us. Can't tell if it's in front of or behind us anymore. But if we look at it and time warp, we should be able to get a sense of whether it's like progressing towards us or away from us. More. Actually, is there a way I can lock the camera to being like down is down? Yes, I can. Beautiful. So now if down is always towards the planet, I can literally just check the elevation as we move. It's going faster than us. But only barely. Lining up with the solar panel. It's barely faster than us. But it is faster than us. We're also getting a good look at its inclination here. One of its fancy feats of flying, being inclined. I'm willing to call it. The Minmus orbit is below 50 million radius. That is a good result. Okay. Now, let's go to 48. How about we? So current altitude is 49419. 1,000. Let's go down to 48 million. 262.8. Variapsima. Oh, too far. I'm thrust limiting ourselves. There we go. Okay. Right, straight down. Wait till the other side, and then circularize. Oh, no, you were right to point that way. Okay. 47268. Bad. Oh, sorry, I forgot the 1,000. 271.7. All right. We are now in an orbit of about 48 million. Let's find Minmus. There's Minmus. We are pointing retrograde. I want to point prograde just so I know that like that's the direction we're going, because it's kind of hard to determine looking at stuff like this. Okay, there's Minmus. There's Duna. We don't care about Duna right now. We observe Minmus. More. Oh, it looks like it might barely be faster than us. It's really close. It's really, really close. That's a good result. That's a good result. So that means that the orbital radius of Minmus is perhaps maybe between like 47 and 48 million. We could leave it at that, but I'm gonna go all the way. I'm gonna go to 47, and we're gonna see if it's still faster than us. So, current altitude is 47231. 31. Target radius is 47 million. 270.4. We go to the other side. Okay, we're still in the network. That's good. 46344. Calculate that in 274.2. Just gonna do it here. Okay. Point prograde so I can see which direction we're going because we have a cool reference frame. We are just about in the shadow of Kerbin, in case you were wondering. Look at that. Point straight down. I can't see a thing. So, where's Minmus? There's Minmus. There's Gilly and Eve. Okay. This is going to be a real close one. It's rising. Barely, but it's rising. And as we do a full orbit, is it strictly rising? No, I think it decreased there for a second. It's descending again. Okay, this opens a question. Is it descending or rising overall? As we do one full orbit. Wow, wow. It might be 47 million exactly. Because I was watching our I was watching our altitude. We're bobbing up and below the 47 million mark when you account for the radius of the planet. That's real good. That's real close. I think we're gonna need to put it in as our like official value for right now. Semi-major, I'm gonna mark it yellow, of course, but 47 million. Mark it yellow. Okay. Well, that's pretty good. And that means that we can do some actual attempts at getting to it. Yeah, I've got plans. I got schemes. This could happen. This could really happen. Let's go back to the Space Center and start scheming our next move. All right. So in terms of a vessel capable of getting to Minmus, I'm pretty confident that anything that gets to the moon can get to Minmus. So that's not a particular concern to me. And we've definitely made rockets that are capable of getting to the moon and back with extra. Question is, do we want to take the time to make a better one? We've done a lot. The Super Ill-Advised is our most recent manned craft designed for moon landings. A little overkill for that regard, but I think it's good. The thing I really want to do with it is extend the middle stage and then add like a probe to it so that it can deorbit itself. So I don't have to worry about deorbiting it. And it can service a little bit the... Like, it can do part of the injection burn if we can let it return. That could help save us some mass up here, which would just give us a more refined and just well put together system. This is exciting. We could be looking at our first Minmus mission. First Minmus mission's going to be pretty straightforward, I'd say. First off, I want to solve a problem with the fuel leak. I'm going to have it so that the fuel is ejected upwards so that it'll thrust us down and hopefully won't have us tilt over anymore. Other than that, everything else generally looks good. This is our traditional relay setup. We like having a traditional relay setup. Magnetometer booms will be important because I don't really expect us to be going for a landing, though I want this ship to be landing capable. If we get out the fuel, maybe a third one, and then I'd like a cargo bay. We do not have a cargo bay of sufficient radius. In that case, I'll put it on the fairing structure itself. I'll add in some... What are they called? Interstage nodes? Yes. Do that. That way we'll have some extra room for some trussage down here. So I want for this a decently good probe. I think... Actually, the probe doesn't need to be that powerful. I'll even just go for a standard octo. Then just fill it up with all the components that make a good satellite work. Gonna put solar panels on the side, and then some solar panels in here. Angled outwards slightly, just so it can get any power at all. Add in some rechargeable battery packs to this thing. It doesn't need to be powered all the time, just enough of the time. Then for control, give it an advanced inline stabilizer attached to the roof. And what I would really like is to have like a separate dedicated fuel tank. Maybe that's what this elongated section's for. I'll take like a half tank and then a quarter tank. And the quarter tank's whole job will be to be completely locked down. Don't use it. Live in paint? No, that looks dumb. Okay. There we go. Sort of a total internal reflection thing. And then I don't expect this thing to ever be that far away from Kerbin, so communications doesn't need to be that strong. Still, I'd like it to be good. There we go. Should be everything we need. I could forego the SAS and put on, if we have some... we do not. What's this one look like? Oh, it's bigger. I see. I understand. You've made a small one. Alright, I was hoping we had some of the, like, fuel thrusters, but we don't, and that's okay. Okay. We're gonna have to redo the fairing, then. Doot. 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 Okay. So the botanist was the 13, so this would be the 14. What do we want to call this? It's been a while since we had a good name. I know. I'm gonna call this the Smart Cleaner. Because the big feature it has is cleaning up its own stuff. Okay, we got boosters here, we got stage separation, that is correct. Oh, there's a possibility that these boosters won't be enough to lift it anymore. We didn't have any thrust limiting on it. Oh, a lot of real flags. We could up the symmetry to 6, I suppose. We could also just physically lift the boosters as well. Yeah, I'll up it to 6. These need to be slightly altered. Keep them low. I'm a little worried about clearance. Move these out slightly. It should be fine, I hope. Okay, so that detaches, those detach, that activates, fairing deploy, stages into the main boodle. There's our eject stage. The ejector should be still good. Okay, in terms of crew, Roncott, I appreciate all you've done for this program. But you can't be hogging all the glory. Tedamone, you're about to go from hero to pioneer. You are no longer just our emergency guy. You can forge new lands. I think you've earned it. Actually, hold on. We've got the Mark II now. What if? What if we make this a 2-seater? I don't mean to alarm you, but the game has crashed. Okay, let's not worry about any of that and just boot up again. Game won't boot because it says the game's already running. Huh. Well, let's just wait and see what happens. Now, it's not to say that we've lost any progress here. After all, we're gaining knowledge. And knowledge is like the ultimate in progress, but I think we're gonna have to be here for a while. How about we just how about we just go here for a little bit? You know, it's a really convenient thing that I have this. Good job, Self. That 4-year anniversary stream was really helpful in getting you some convenient technology. Now that I think about it, maybe it's impolite that I have this specific song that plays on the please stand by screen, because now people are going to think it's the things are going wrong song. I don't want to do that to a song I like. Oh well. In case you're angling for a status update, the game is currently rebooting back in, and I'm a little frozen on the title screen, but it does this, I expect it. Okay, start game, resume save, go, it's going. Alright, I think it's coherent enough that I can just say, alright, cool, it's fine, it's working. So we can go back. Everything look good on your end? Everything looks fine on my end. Looks like things are running. I don't know if we've like gone back in time or anything. We've definitely lost the rocket. Just have to build it again. We know what we were doing, it's fine. Okay, so basic structure is we get the half, we get the quarter. Quarter is reserved for the return trip. Also, because this is what crashed last time, let's get it out of the way first then. Okay. No crash so far. So as I was trying to do before, let's get ourselves a radius compliant heat shield. And then we're just sort of rebuilding, modifying what we have right now from the top down. Until we get to sort of the caliber we're looking for. Coupling, TP18. Now this is an FLT200. We want one of a slightly wider radius, but basically the same amount of fuel. 2200 is enough. From here. We can take our antennae, solar panels, and now we're getting something that's pretty equivalent to what we just had. Pop that down. This shroud is going to help. We're going to need a bigger shroud. 18 seems to be the radius we're dealing with. Okay. Very short shroud is fine. Good. Now the only issue here is that we're running out of space for what we used to have normally. We could make the vessel taller. Science Juniors do a lot for us. Well, the easiest thing to do is move the batteries off to the side. There's no reason they need to be on the top area. As is the normal standard, we want basically 2 of every scientific experiment. Move them off the Science Juniors and let's just sort of flank them around the sides of the ship. We've got seismic. We've got metric. I don't remember why I brought 2 seismics. Maybe I never mirrored symmetry them. Okay, now the only question is how do we fit the Science Juniors on here? Well, the other question is this all we want to do? Because now that we have a second Kerbal in command, we could do things like having cargo. The Poodle engine's ISP is 350. That's like top of the line. 345. If you go smaller, the ISP decreases. So we do want it high if we can get away with it. But that does mean the engine itself is rather large. Okay. This is in 200 times 16. Just to say in reality it's 1600. Can we get that through a edge? Like that, perhaps. Same height, but that means it's lower in volume innately. This one is thinner and we go on top. Now, keeping it as wide as possible is good for us, I think. We'd rather it be wide than tall. The issue is the aerodynamics involved. But we can improve those. Back to what we were doing before. Interstage node is prepared. There we go. Yeah, it's just the Science Juniors don't fit anywhere anymore. They don't have room. Oh, I have an idea. Taking the... Oh my... This is a horrible idea, but I'm so compelled by it. What if... we made a big old structural component. Tragically, the best I could possibly make this out of is these. And then, like, mounted them on the interior like this. And then we deploy them outward. So we want this to be between 0 and -90 then. What if we just did that? At some point we just go, hey, clear for takeoff, and then we launch it. It's really silly, but it technically could work. This is a terrible plan. What do we have for cargo right now? Payload. 18 service module. Is that this radius? Oh. What we could alternatively do is this here. And maybe connect some of our key internal components inside. Like, the symmetry here is strange. Well, as long as it's symmetric, it should be fine. Okay. Thermometer, barometer, accelerometer, duometer. Then maybe there's enough room for this. No, but we can justify it if we, like, really wanted to make a scene. And these could go in here. These perhaps going on the side, rotating out and kind of up. This is... Here's a question. Why do we even need this, like, canonized service bay? Why use it? Why bother? I think I lost my octagonal struts to the void. It's okay. If we're willing to do that kind of, like, nothing, then what if we try to do a thing? Go to structural and say, hey, Too big? Too small? Oh. Like a really flat adapt? Okay, yeah, okay, hold on. Okay, so 720. Okay, so what are we trying to match here? We're trying to match 1600. This is 200. So this is 1000. We're down 600, I believe. So what if we did... a little big. That's an awkward conversion, not what I'm looking for as well. Got other sizes of this thing? No. Okay. I have made room. Kinda. This is sort of an interesting design. Gotta admit. Okay. Start off with moving everything up a little bit. First off, let's get our structural bits in so we can get our probe bodies in. All that vaguely physics compliant. Get a new comms antenna, I have an idea. Hey. Okay. Next up, solar generation should probably be as high as possible. Oh, and I even like this little flared bit. That looks good. That looks snazzy. Battery power can also go here. Now the Science Juniors have room to basically flail out here diagonally, kinda. They're basically as far out as the antennas right now, a little farther, but do we have space here? Yes. Well, in that case, I guess those structure components, we just can put it here. Perfectly fine spot for it. Don't need that. As far as the rest of the science, it can be holed up in the wings here along the edge. Thermometer. Fuel ejection system should still be pointed basically straight up for similar reasons as before. Magnetometer boom can go like this, I suppose. Legs can move up. All right. Anything I'm missing? We could double up the solar panels here, that would also make a conflict. Let's put the antennas here then. Spin it out that way. One more. Looks good. Now the question is, will I make the like diverging diamond I want here? They are too long. Barely. Nothing we can't fix with a little bit of rotational adjustment. Still looking pretty cool. Okay, just quick sanity check. We've got power, we've got electricity, storage. You know, I could just go max fancy the panels on the inside, but I think I'll settle for just having like a squad of 4 at this level. Just in case, just in case. And then, after all that, we can get rid of this and basically still have the same amount of fuel on board. In terms of actions, Custom Group 1 was extend solar panels, and it maintains. Group 2 is extend these antennas, and they are still set to do that. Fantastic. Abort stage is still activate that engine. Deploy shroud. But we also want to decouple here. Good. There's a world in which we invent like a piston extension system to make our landing legs really far out, just for maximum possible stability. But for right now, I think this is good. Abort action is correct. Okay. Let's edit this fairing. Yeah, this radius we still have good clearance, so it's just going to be a matter of filling into the top leg. So. Ooh, the aerodynamics on that are looking really sketchy, huh? I'm a little concerned. Well, okay, there are things we can do. We can thin it out near the bottom. There's no need for it to be that wide all the way up. Just lay a little bit. Real thin exit. Layout to... Okay, this is maybe we want it to be more like contoured. Like that. And we've made like a nice little diamond. What are the fairing variations? Black and white does not look good for this. Orange does not look good for this. Gold! That's like barely any gold at all. Silver! Fancy, but maybe too much. Let's go there. Okay, so. Back to the bottom of the ship. Recall what we did last time is we put this at 6-fold. Raised it up. Laid those out. That's too far. Then... what are this, like 3 of them? Okay, looks like we got good clearance on all sides. Strut attachment to the vessel is still good. Okay, so detach, launch, stage, activate fairing, decouple, interstage is good. These are on the abort system, and then put those 2 up for a good finish. Okay, I think we're good. Here we go. We want this to be smart, clean, cleaner. Okay. Crew for this one is... oh, wait, I didn't think about cargo. We can cargo this. We can set up shop wherever we land. I think maybe just like a bunch of these storage units surrounding the edge and not clipping through seems nice. Let's fill them up with stuff. What do we got? What do we want? So we don't have a designated engineer, so any particular thing we add is going to need to be a thing. So we've got 180 liters and 3 slots for each. Okay. There's also room in here, yeah. Please note, Edmund does not have any inventory on him. Edmund, I really feel like you should have some inventory on you. Just get yourself the standard... well, no, if Edmund's our scientist. I reckon we won't be using the parachute. So, EVA jetpacks for both of you. And, well, we definitely want to bring an EVA experiment kit. Enmin... well, actually, Roncat can hold on to that one. And then Enmin can do general construction stuff. Alright, so what do we want to bring with us? We're definitely going to want an experiment control station. And for every particular individual thing we bring, we will need to bring power for it. So, photovoltaic panel goes with you. Maybe not a Grand Slam. We want radio comms in a panel. Requires an atmosphere. We ain't gonna have an atmosphere there. So we can get a goo monitor and panel. Seismometer. Communicator, experiments kit, fuel cylinder, repair kit. Goo monitor, panel, weather analyzer we can't bring. I guess that's it. Isn't it? Oh, this looks official. Oh my goodness! Forget this thing. Putting that right there. Absolutely we want one of these cool things. Great, okay. So, control station. Comms network. Goo monitor. No other. And it is probably for the best that we bring a Grand Slam, just for completeness sake. And then maybe some lights. You know, just to fill out the place. And then we get panels for each. You know, the perils of not having an engineer for this mission, but what can you do? Okay, check to make sure that hasn't bungled our staging. I doubt it, but it's always good to be sure. Also rotate this around. Wasn't happy with it clipping into the module. Okay. Does this allow for crossfeed? Let me check the... I'm just a little worried that if it's, in between... I feel like that should be fine. I just wish I had a way to know. Like, for a structural component, it's clear that that wouldn't have crossfeed. But... I guess we can test it on the pad. Stage 6 fairing, detach there, emergency eject, looks good. Okay, let's try it. Save smart cleaner. As I said earlier, Tedamone will be running this as head pilot, and Min will be scientist on board. Let's check. Let's check the crossfeed before anything else. Edmund and Tedamone looking good on the pad. Okay. I don't like how wiggly the boosters are. We may need to reattach the struts. Okay. Deploy fairing. I need to see this up here. Okay, so down here to up here. Camera up. So the way we're gonna test this is I've ooh, all this is acting pretty wobbly. Let's recover the vessel before anything goes catastrophically wrong. Okay, thinking about stability involved here. I know we've extended the lower stage. I know that the system... I've spent an hour not even on a mission, just designing. And also the game crashed. That's not my fault. Not all of it's my fault. Some of it is. Okay. To improve stability on the upper stages here, I want to move the one we're reserving, this half thing, to the bottom of the stack. I think it'll just be a bit more stable, like that. And we've got our 6-fold symmetry, wherever it is so needed. Then fairing attachment is good. Last thing is, of course, that that's got to be moved. Oh, wait, I've got an idea where they can go. They can go in here. Sneaky. No, I'll put them on the structure mount down here. Just so I can physically access them and they're pointing up. So with this configuration, staging good, fairing, shroud, eject, detached. Okay, yep, we're good here. Back to the launch site. My plan is I'm going to eject the fairing. I'm going to start dumping fuel and see if I can push fuel from the upper half to the lower half. That's the test. Okay, fairing. Deploy. Aim camera here. Okay, next up is drain rate. Get that low. Begin drain. Okay, that doesn't work. I think that's proof positive this won't work like this. Disappointing, but thank goodness we tested it. But that also means I don't know of an easy way to use this big cargo bay for our ship if it can't cross-feed fuel. It also means the fuel jettisonizer. Yeah, okay. So the solution is to just abandon this. Go back to our old cargo system. We just put some boxes on the side. Fuel exhaust caps can go here, I suppose. Cargo. Barry does not want to play nice. Oh, wait, I can just see them here, of course. Great, do it like that. 2 in here. 2 in here. 2 in here. 2 in here. And then put some lights and some random 2. Okay. There we go. Everything should be good now. Enman and Tedamone on the mission. As intended. Things looking fine. Staging is still good. Okay, smart cleaner finally ready to go. Had to do a lot of sneaky design work. But we're ready now. Okay. This is the inaugural flight of the Smart Cleaner with vague aspirations to go to Minmus. In 3, 2... I forgot to... Did I forget to do that? I forgot the middle stage. We're not ready. We're not ready. Cancel your readiness. We're not. I forgot to do the one thing that this thing was designed to do, and that's be a cool interstage thing. Alrighty. Get our Octo. Control authority will be done via the Stedler Corp. Put some electric on top of that. It's sort of like a pylon. Ooh, wait, I got an idea. Take these. That should also add their control power to it. Because those will then stick out the side, I think. And then really, that's all we need. Okay. Now we're ready. For real. For real. For reality. I know I usually obstruct most of the pilot's face, but now we got 2 pilots, so... Will the other one emerge on the side? Nope, I am perfectly in between both of them. If you're wondering, Edmund's on the left, Tedemone's on the right. You can probably see the names to that effect. Okay. Smart Cleaner, inaugural flight in 3, 2, 1, go. Cleared the tower. That's a good sign. I'm gonna focus on mostly up just because I don't know the atmospheric parameters of this buddy yet. Playing it safe in that regard. So we're gonna go for a gentle turn to the horizon. That said, everything's looking good. Enman's happy to be on his first flight into space. Tedemone, calm and collected as usual. The speed's up pretty high. Maybe I should have turned more. You got 6 boosters on you. You're gonna go places. Next stage. Good eject. Our atmosphere, well, our altitude's pretty high that we don't really need to worry about atmospheric stability anymore. I'll keep the fairing on just to protect the internals. We've got about 1 kilometer per second to go before we hit target. I think Edmund and Tedemone just shared like a high five. Okay, let's keep pointed up a little bit. I think our altitude is good. Eject fairing in 3, 2, 1. Got us like 50 meters per second of Delta V. This thing is going to be an absolute pain to land. It looks like I'm landing an entire comms tower. It kind of is a comms tower. It can at least fill that role. Oh, wait. Deploy solar panels. Why did I do that? We're still in atmosphere, you fool. You ignoramus. This is going to break off immediately. They're not breaking off immediately. The air's thin enough. Okay. Dodge the bullet. Really should have waited until we were in vacuum. Legal vacuum, not physical vacuum. Though it is physical vacuum in this game. Here goes the smart cleaner debris. Looking forward to when they crash back into the ground. Things generally going good so far. We're about to hit orbital speeds. I think we're definitely exiting the atmosphere, so I can let us warp a little bit. Get the apoapsis circularize. Start the routine. Go to non-physics warp. Okay, apoapsis falling in at about 86 kilometers. As we are ready to proceed. Stop. Okay. Now we got to do something normal for once. Let's circularize our orbit. So, 86062. We basically want to just circularize that. 2267.7. Okay. We got about 200 to go. Alright, I overshot a little bit, but that's fine. This low into the regime, a 0.1 meters per second difference is not going to change our altitudes too drastically. What's important is that we're in orbit. So, question, what's the delta V if I remove these? 859 versus 1307. Okay, fantastic. So that is working. If I could find a way to, like, partition even less, that would be nice, but I don't think there's a clean way to do that, because that's the smallest fuel tank of this radius. I could put, like, a smaller grade fuel tank up here, but I worry that won't be enough. I guess it could be, like, the 18 grade radius. Yeah, things to think about. Things to contemplate for later. Not the point, though. The point is, now that we're in orbit, we got to figure out how to get to Minmus. I've been able to eyeball it for the moon, but Minmus is a different beast, and this is going to require us to go over a bit of the plan. Away with ye. So, we're going to have to talk vaguely about the notion of an orbital rendezvous. I know it's very spooky, but don't you worry. We're professionals. I'm not professional. Somebody in this look at how unprofessional I'm being. Something's gonna be a profession. Okay. Point is, our situation is this. We're in orbit of a planet. Here's us. We've got an orbit that's like away from us. And what's effectively gonna happen is that at some point in our orbit, we're going to need to turn our orbit, which is basically a circle, into a hyper-eccentric ellipse. It's not that eccentric. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. To that orbit. What this basically means is we're going to be constructing this orbit to go from our periapsis to our apoapsis. And what we want is that... What we want is for Minmus to be at the exact same location on its orbit when we arrive on our orbit. This is the theory of the rendezvous. But if we're going from this periapsis to our apoapsis along this way, then we want Minmus to start like somewhere over here, so that when we do our burn here, it's here, and as we trail along our orbit this way, it goes along its orbit and then meets us here. How do we do that? How do we possibly know? Well, if you think about it, we already know the fundamental pieces of information here. We know what the orbit we make will be. It will have a periapsis of our current orbit and an apoapsis of Minmus's orbit. So we know the parameters of that. But now we have to deal with time. Because we're going directly from periapsis to apoapsis, the time is actually extremely simple because we can use the symmetry of an ellipse to do this. It will be exactly half of our orbital period, something we can calculate ourselves. Which means that we know how much time we have to go from our periapsis to apoapsis, which means we know how much time that Minmus has to go from its position to the intercept. And since we're approximating Minmus's orbit as being a circle, that means that we can figure out, using what we know about its orbital period, allegedly, and our orbital period on this ellipse we're making, to figure out the fraction of orbital period that it has to go through. So it'll be the orbital period of our elliptical orbit divided by the orbital period of Minmus overall will be the fraction of an orbit it does in terms of time. But since it's a circle, that's also in terms of one full rotation. This will give us, eventually, this angle. The amount that Minmus needs to be before directly in line with us and the planet for us to arrive at the exact same point in space at the exact same point in time. That's the theory. How do we get numbers to this? Well, we've got our orbital period equation right here. So it's going to be basically... let's just do the orbital period equation. Orbital equation is going to be this circled constant times the square root of the semi-major axis cubed over SGP of Kerbin. This will then be divided by the orbital period of Minmus, which I'm going to denote with an M here, because we're not talking about the moon right now. This is no longer our orbital period. This is just the ratio. This ratio can then be multiplied by, what one full orbit would be. Which is, again, the circle constant. And altogether, this will give us the angle that Minmus is going to have to traverse. And therefore, the angle we need to give Minmus before we launch. Here's the problem. We don't actually know how to measure that angle accurately. We're going to have to eyeball it, but that's okay. When we're up here in the Minmus zone, it's not really going to matter. After all, we're going to be going so slow anyway around this part that Minmus will just sort of be in the general area. And if we're close enough with how small Minmus is, how far it is away from Kerbin, we can just point a straight line at it and then just burn. We can force an intercept even if we don't get caught by Minmus. We can grab Minmus ourselves. We can seize our destiny. We can go onto the shores, trip, fall onto the sand, pick up a piece of dirt and be like, I have you now, and pretend like it was completely intentional. Classic Roman shenanigans. So, elephant in the room. What are our values for this? Actually, let's just start preparing the values here. We know the circle constant. I'm just gonna put it back here. So we're gonna do that. That squared, which I guess I can do just in line here by multiplying it by itself twice. I'm even going to make it slightly more efficient by having it calculate it via 4, because I know what 2 squared is. Alright. So then we want the SGP, which we already have. Oh. There we go. And then all we need is the semi-major axis. The semi-major axis for any particular orbit is going to be the periapsis plus the apoapsis divided by 2, which is to say the average of those two things. For our case, we have a periapsis of... Well, let me check. We functionally have a periapsis of 8600, I'm just going to say. 86000. We can iron that out to be exactly what it is, but it really doesn't care for the angle. Our apoapsis is going to be what we calculated for Minmus. I should also be careful because this is the radius, not the altitude, so I actually need to append a 6 to the front of this. Thank you. At least that's easy to do. So that means that the semi-major axis is simply this plus this divided by 2. Use parentheses correctly. There it is. 23.8 million. That sounds about right. With that, we can do the full equation. This will be circle constant squared multiplied by the power of honestly, this is a kind of a nested power situation. The power of semi-major axis 3 divided by a circle constant. No, not circle constant. The standard gravitational parameter. And then this is all to the power of 1/2, which is the square root. And then we divide the whole thing by the calculated orbital period of Minmus, which for our purposes was like 1112400. That one. This gives us an angle that's in radians, technically. Let's get that into degrees, because we're dealing with some imprecise technical components here. So it looks like we want to give 126 degrees of leeway. That's interesting. That's about a third of a circle. It's a lot more than I was expecting. I was expecting it to be something under 90. Let's check this. A cubed divided by gravitational parameter is good. Square root that, multiply by the circle constant twice. Actually, you know what? We could just multiply by 360 and I don't have to do the degrees conversion, but that's okay. Yeah, okay. Theoretically, 120 degrees. Which means, if we find Minmus in the sky... Let's look for Minmus. There's Minmus. It's behind us. We want it to be basically 30 degrees above prograde. Now it's like over there right now. Okay. Get the ship pointed forward. We'll check the angle and then we'll just do periapsis, apoapsis, and go for it. So long as we get close and then circularize, we can sort of angle the rest of the way. We'll also have to deal with inclination, but that's a completely separate concern right now. Ain't got time to deal with inclination. Okay, so there's prograde. I'm gonna now deliberately... deliberately go up to 30 degrees on the nav ball. See where Minmus lies. Minmus isn't there yet. Also, I've overshot. Yeah, we can do the nav ball for some, like, very, very imprecise angle determinations. Ideally, I would also like to wait until... Right there. I'd also like to wait until Minmus is on the orbital plane on the periapsis side, but no such luck. Okay. For what we're doing, I think going a bit more forward than is ideal is better because it'll give us some room to maneuver. Now we do the regular thing that we do. Calculate an orbit. Target radius is there. Target 85. Let's say 85600. It's good there. We want a target velocity of 3185.0. Interesting. Okay. Ready for launch in 3, 2, 1, go. 3185.0. We will probably have to ditch this stage and move on to the next in the middle of the burn, but that's fine. Steady. Continually steady. Three 3185.0. Something blew up. Let's hope it wasn't anything important. Okay. We're ready. This is the big moment. The big moment where we try and go to Minmus. Can we do it? If we do, I think this will be a pretty solid success for the soundness of our systems. Now, I'm not worried about gravity assists or all that. When we get up to the orbital area. I'm just going to circularize once I confirm that Minmus is solidly next to us. So far, so good. The fact that our angular positions aren't really changing, but we're ascending rapidly is a good sign, I think. Okay, 3 million, let's accelerate. I'm a little nervous. Okay, we're past the moon. I didn't even think about the possibility of accidentally intercepting it. We're about halfway there. We appear to have overshot quite severely. This may be a matter of us not matching our orbit to the, like the point of periapsis. We matched it to the end, so we overshot our normal estimate. That's concerning. I think we have no choice but to circularize now. Lest we accidentally be at escape velocity. Okay, so 49.849. $264.5. I think we've severely miscalculated this. There's still hope. You know, Minmus is moving pretty fast for how theoretically far away it is. This is basically horizontal. Okay. I've got a little bit of an idea. I think we need to just go into the go to Minmus step of the plan. We know that we're basically in line with its orbital altitude. So my plan is to basically just sort of like perpetually hop up and then go relatively retrograde to it. A watchful eye on the skies. I know circular is around 260 right now. Such a small, distant thing. I mean, all the planets are, but... Oh. Oh, I can see it. That's not a dot anymore. We can see it. It's there. Okay, okay, okay. Kill our lateral velocity. Start going east. Stop going up. We want to head vaguely east, vaguely north, vaguely down. Or east. I'm basically just gonna try and get our, like, relative velocity to 0. Still not east enough. Oh, oh, oh! Ah, I accidentally warped like a fool. I think that's the mission. I think that misclick ruined us. I want it to be over. I'm gonna make like one last concentrated launch vaguely in the direction of Minmus and hope we make it. It's right there. It's right there. That's our prograde. That's our target. I'm gonna do this. At least get us closer. Okay. Precision work here. Okay. Do this. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just trying to make our prograde vector point as close to Minmus as possible. Just by changing the radial in, out, normal, anti-normal. Just to point it in a straight line. I think it's our best odds. I think that's good enough. No. I've lost it. Okay. Cancel the mission. We're flailing now. Return home. It was an okay attempt that I made some foolish mistakes on. Where the heck's the planet? Where the heck's the planet? Okay. We might lose the top of the ship to the void, but that's okay. Speaking of which, we should actually just determine our orbital parameters here. You know, it's a thing we're supposed to do. 38377 000. We want a target altitude of the normal 25,000 or so. Target velocity is 53. Okay, well, we ran out of fuel. Eject. Target is 53.5. What a shame. Okay, back home. Back the camera back to normal. There we go. Wait, why is it down? Why is this down? Are we on a collision course? We were. Okay, impact is imminent. We're just gonna play this as best as we can. Radial normal. I've got fuel to burn. Ah, forget it. Jettison. Okay. The mission was a failure, but we got really close. Accidentally, almost. Huh. I don't know what about it is strange, but oh, it's because we didn't get deep enough into the atmosphere. Okay. Wonder why things were strange. It seems like we're effectively in a normal circular Kerbin orbit. 2200 is like very normal. Yeah, our altitude wasn't even above 500,000. So we're fine. I guess in orbit terms it was a few hundred meters per second higher, but like there's not going to be anything in our way until like the 2900s, and then we have like maybe a moon threat, but really we're fine. So I expect this re-entry will be fine. Only real concern is that maybe the parachutes aren't a strong enough caliber anymore. I would say that especially if we only had the Mark 16, but we also have true drogues, and I think that'll make a fine difference. We'll be good. A lot of ablator being used, though. Do not deny the ablation. Given our speeds involved, I think we will be heading in for a daytime re-entry, which is good. I prefer those. I like to be able to see the ground. Very nice. Speeds are clean. Let's deploy shoots and see how they do. Now, tragically, neither of the people involved have parachutes, so I can't, like, safely eject them to ground. But I really think we're well within margins here. Yeah, look at that. The drogues are fine. Full parachute's fine. If we're still going down at an uncomfortable speed, like our vertical speed radar accelerometer, not really, speedometer. If that's still complaining, I'll jettison the heat shield. Descent speed of 8.8 is higher than usual, but that's to be expected with the same amount of parachutes, but a heavier ship. Down. some possible yeah, there's like things over here. I wonder what they are. I wonder where we are as well. Kind of on a cool peninsula, huh? Nifty. Well, the mission was a failure, though everyone got safely returned, so no harm, no foul. I'm pretty sure there are fouls even if somebody isn't injured. What if you step out of the line on the arena for whatever sport this is about? Maybe it's only about, like, collision fouls. I don't know the rules for those. Edmund leveled up, thank you. Okay, so in theory, we could just try again. We haven't lost anything for doing this, except an attempt. We could try and refine the ship to optimize for just getting it done. I don't really know other optimizations we could do. We could sacrifice some of our cargo. But if we're not getting there to do science, what are we doing? I think it's going to be a real long time before we can reliably get there. We're going to have to start making like proper functional simulations of the planets in their orbits. We didn't really have to for going to the moon, but if we're having to deal with things like arguments of periapsis, inclinations, arguments of the ascending node, we're going to have to chart that stuff. As Kerbin orbits the sun, we can't use the sun as a reference. We're going to have to, like, apply our own precession as we go through the timeline. That said, having something like that might be a great way to validate our measurements long term. If we get a few measurements for the orbit of the moon and then just, like, accelerate time forward a lot just by doing other things, then we'll have our simulator that would say with exact numbers where the moon would be. Then we'll have, like, a bit of an angle deviation, and we can use that to adjust our numbers. This is exiting what I try to do is more of like a raw mathematics type of deal into more of a, like, statistical, maybe even programmatic thing, which I guess I could do eventually. That might mean there's a bigger gap between streams, but as long as there's something to do with the moon, we could just do some streams of busy work. That's not a problem. They're streams. They're meant to be in high volume. Low quality. The quality is the moments that we make along the way. I do not wish to make any changes to the smart cleaner. We go again. So long as we can do a flyby of the moon or of Minmus with fuel remaining before we do the eject stage, I think we're fine. Okay, launch of Smart Cleaner 2, second attempt at Minmus in 3, 2, 1. Cleared the tower. I wonder what blew up on the previous thing. The only thing that I think would have been in range to get blown up is the SAS module. Maybe the fairing block itself. And if we lost the fairing block, we've lost the entire ship. The probe was on there. We can't control it anymore. It's officially a piece of space debris. But if we lost the SAS block, that's fine. The engine has gimbaling. I didn't attach anything else to the SAS block. So we're not missing out on anything. However, this time I'll be sure to let some distance exist between the two stages before I start thrusting. We do not need things randomly exploding outside of scheduled demolition experiments. Good separation. At least in the flight curve regimes we're doing, atmospheric effects aren't really that big of a deal, which is good. I wonder if there's an argument to be made for swapping to the mainsail at some point. I don't even know if we have the mainsail. I doubt it. The specific impulse on this thing is already in the night in vacuum regime. And if we were to swap it with anything, it would be something with equivalent or greater thrust. We can't really lower the thrust too much on a boost stage, because if we do, we lose out on gravity. We lose out on efficiency due to gravity losses. Kind of a problem. Well, the good news is that we've already estimated the angle we want min-miss at. The problem is that we are overshooting, and we're overshooting for the simple reason that this thing is burning that orbit over time, and the further out we go, the more sensitive the orbits are to changes. It's also possible I just typed it in wrong. Oh, we're at vacuum now. Okay, looking like our periapsis is gonna be 85,000. Oh, yeah, 84773 or so. Let's do it. 84773. We basically want to circularize that. 2269.9. Oh yeah. Almost forgot. I think we do need the extra thrust. Just to make the burns go faster. Alright, where's min-miss? We want it at the 120 degree mark again. Now, it seemed like min-miss was a far bit in front of us that last attempt, but I'm gonna chalk that one up to we botched the insertion burn, so I'm not gonna hold it against us. Instead, I'm gonna lament the fact that it's currently dark. There's forward. It misses over there. Maybe it'll be daytime. I'm gonna do this in 30-degree increments, because if we do, we know that min-miss won't suddenly go into position at 30 degrees if we match it every time. It's a matter of figuring out which way the ship is forward. Okay, it's clear at this point that min-miss has passed the 30-degree mark. Or, like, is within 0 and 30 degrees. It's past horizon. Just gotta figure out which way's... Oh, I can highlight the ship. There we go. Min-miss is... a little early. That's about as good as we can get it. Okay, here we go. Another one of these. I'm a little worried. Okay. So. Got it at 30 degrees. We know that's good. Our altitude is... Stop. 83752. Okay. Target radius is 47 million. (3189.4). While I do this, I'm going to kind of just like verbally count how many seconds go by. And for every second that goes by, I'm going to reduce our like target velocity that we're going for by like 5 meters per second. As a compromise between gravitational acceleration basically being the same as on the surface right now, at basically 10, and the fact that we're not going straight down. Our velocity is going to be sideways. So for every 5 seconds that go by, I'm going to reduce the... Or for every second that goes by, I'm going to reduce our target by 5 meters per second. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. I'm a bit above my estimate, but I think that's good. It'd be at about flat 3,000 from what I was doing. It's not in the way, right? Right. Okay. Let's see what we got here, Minmus. Oh, we severely undershot. Huh. I guess it is just a matter that the exact orbit is pretty sensitive. Where's Minmus right now? Wait. Okay, new plan. We go into a... it's gonna be backwards, because we're below it. Okay, new plan. We go for the patient strat. From here, we're gonna go into a 50-kilometer orbit. Alright. 6574. 1,000. Target radius 50 million. 927.5. Yep, there that goes again. Okay. We didn't even hit the moon. Okay, that counting thing was completely worthless. Let's proceed to never do it again. Okay, where's Minmus? Other side of the planet. How about we just do some orbits? Wait, what? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. How are we feeling about a moon mission arbitrarily? Okay, from here we go radial out. Oh, well, we bungled the Minmus mission so bad we're going to the moon. It's fine. Actually, we have all this cargo. There's an argument to be made that this is actually a great thing. In that case, let's target one of our pre-existing destinations. Oh, hey, there's like a thing here. Neat. Sorry, I forgot the hotkey that lets me see the stuff. Okay, that's not important. What's important is that we gotta get into orbit. 34535. Let's go down to 15,000. 515.4. On it. Okay, so we can see them. We can also tread new ground. Like, this is one of the big craters, but I don't see a associated landing site. Maybe we haven't been to this one. Admin check for us, please. The moon's east far side crater. It's a new one, I think. Let's do it. I like that cool, like, ravine type thing over there. I'd like to do something with it, but some other time. What's important is that we gotta land this thing. I'm gonna try and go for the ridge of the interior crater. I figure it's a bit more stable here. Seems alright so far. Mostly level, it's just a matter of don't accidentally oscillate us wildly. Hey! That's a landing! Congratulations! What a cheerful location. Farside Crater, only reason we got relays so it's thanks to our relay that we made earlier. Good job us for that. Okay. Edmund, you're our newfound guest here. Actually, no, you know what? Tedemone's earned this. Well, okay, no, actually, Tedemone's done this before. Edmund, you need a turn. Congratulations, you stepped foot on the East Farside Crater. Kerbal Space Program. Congratulations. Enjoying the rocks? Alright. How about you start by planting a flag? You're our newest person to step foot on the moon. Okay. What do we name this place? Alright, so for the interest of us attempting to sail somewhere and then erroneously landing somewhere else, I'm gonna name this after some location that heckin' the Columbus people went to. Land was sighted. Okay, landing. Okay. I'm gonna go with the original indigenous name just because it's cooler. Also, apparently, we don't actually know the exact island, though it is believed to be the one currently called San Salvador, but we don't need to deal with what's expected. We don't know for certain, and that's probably fun. Okay, let's call this place Guanahani. It's not about where we were going. It's about what we do with where we end up. Enman, I know you're sad we didn't go to Minmus today, but we got here. A new land and new science. We're going to set up some proper scientific research. We're going to do surveys, experimentation stuff. First, though, I think we should get the suite of science. Surface sample, EVA report, dust. All right. Put those experiments in there, why don't we? Then I want to go back down, get another surface sample. Just to really collect as much as we can off of that. Very good. For that, science secured. Now let's do science on these. Log temperature is checked. Log pressure data is checked. Observed mystery goo is checked. Material study is checked. Other material study is checked. Other goo is checked. And then a crew report for good measure. Okay. Now collect all science. Some of it we have failed to collect. And Min, if you could stand out here, take the data, store experiments, store the remaining experiment in there. I assume that's the material study. And collect all. A solid 7-3 split. The 3 would be the surface sample number 2, science junior number 2, and goo number 2. We are good on that front. Okay. Enman, take a step outside. Let's start preparing the science. Now, Tedamon, I know you're not particularly rated for scientific operations, but we could use an extra set of hands. And you deserve to be on the surface of the planet as much as anyone else. Okay, alright. Tedamon, we don't have an engineer on duty, so how about you are going to be in charge of the solar power? Oh, you brought a parachute. I don't remember authorizing you to have a parachute on this mission, huh? Strange. Those have lights in them. A little bit of an inventory management goof. Okay. Solar on your pack. Oh, we got good vision of the sun here. Try and get us a good amount. Make sure we're not in line with the east-west so that the rocket doesn't block the panels. We'll just take a step doing the panels at every location. I'll try and vaguely surround the flag, at least from this side. Yeah, I'll make like a square. Like boom, 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 boom. One right next to the flag. And then we'll populate the interior with the mechanical components. I think that's a good plan. Be sure to put your jetpack back on when you're done here, otherwise you will have a hard time getting back onto the ship. There we go. Nice little diamond. Okay. Good job, Tenamone. You can be re-equipped. Thank you. And now on to Enman. Let's get some science prepared. Ooh. You have more trouble with this than expected. What is this one, by the way? I think this is the boom test. Alright, I'm gonna put the boom test near the rocks. I think in reality this would make the test more subject to the noise of these rocks, but I like to think that we would want to study the vibrations in these rocks. Here's our communications antenna. Good, we need that. Okay, comms antenna is definitely going next to the flag. It's just the most thematically appropriate thing to do. And we got the controller and the goo looker adder. There's the goo looker adder. I think we want to look at the goo close to the ship. It probably has opinions relative to, or relevant to, because of relating to the goo in the ship. It's relatives. And finally, the science controller itself. We got some room next to the forward solar panel, but I am instead going to place this in the center in the hopes that it connects to everything without issue. And you go. Yeah, looking good. Looking good. Technology up and operational. So, total power needed 4, total power available 4, power units produced, power units required. Module enabled, module deployed, experiments connected 2. That would be the boom and the comms. Very good. Okay. Signal is good, experiments are good, science is going. Thought I just interact with this just to be like, hello, I am a scientist. How are you? Very nice, very nice. While you start setting up the experiments at the control node, how about Tenamone sets up the lights? Flag, that's the ship. That's the science. There you are, buddy. Alright, we got some lights in store. Ooh. Well, I guess put your backpack away in the backpack box and get out the 40! Full storage capacity, my goodness. That's fine. Okay, where do we want these? These should probably go on the thin ends, with an emphasis towards the experiments. We probably want some range to make sure that we got good dissipation. So we spin it that way. Generally towards the 3 experiments, kind of like triangle here. And good. It fell over. Maybe that's on me. Gotta get lower to the ground, or just have it land a bit more. H and N for the, okay. Oh, looking much better. Looking much better. Okay. Lights on. Good. Pitch angle, okay. Rotation angle, nice. Alright. That'll probably be really good to have at nighttime. I don't plan on sticking around to nighttime, though. Oh, let's not forget to get the other one. Maybe I should bring some of the small ones. Make like a sort of surrounding display for the flag. That'd be nice. Seems like the thing really stopping us from carrying more is volume, not mass. I guess that's true for a lot of the deployables, huh? Okay, this one's going to be a bit more of a distant shot, looking down the hill. I think that's good. Oh, 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 oh. Careful. Hold it up. Frogcott. Tenemone. I don't think we can keep it like that. Okay. Nope. And it is hard to place a thing in such gravitational conditions, huh? We good? We good? Stable? Stable! Alright, activate that light. Get your face out of the way of the light. Down. There we go. Okay. We have a science setup. Edmund's probably done with the science soon. Let's get your backpack on. Edmund, how you doing? Science good? Science good. There you are, Edmund. Good, very good. One day we'll have a good rover with, like, ladder technology and stuff. Supposed to get in the ship, not climb it. Well, I guess you have to climb it to get in the ship. You're excused. Okay. Rename this vessel. This is now... I forgot the name of it. Guanahani. More places we get, harder it is for me to remember the names of them all. Tedamone onto the ship you Tedagone. Okay. think it's funny that removing the pilot added a little bit of delta V to that. Okay. Technically, we care about it in the case that there are two pilots, but we don't have a second pilot to put in the pilot seat. However, I'm just going to estimate that 986, 957, it would go down to like 920. Well, we'll check it. If we just double the fuel on board, compensate, is that enough? 1633, yes. Okay. What about with a pilot? Well, that is with a pilot. 1676. Okay. So this is sufficient, provided we can get down to the surface. So while we're here, do we want to make any changes? I think the answer is maybe. This design is pretty sloppy. So I suppose we are limited by the fact that we're trying to take the Science Junior anywhere radially. The inefficiencies are going to compound down the rest of the line. What is the problem? We've currently got 6 kickbacks. What's 1 Pollux going to do for us? Let's see the thrust on this thing. Max thrust is like 593 to 670. This is more than double. Okay, it's approximately double. And then what from there? The amount of solid fuel is... ISP is just about the same. 26 to 58. It's also just about double. An argument could be made to just swap out the 6 kickbacks for 3 Polluxes. Might make the thing more stable. Might actually be a slight bit of a delta V boost, given the specific impulses. 200 to 225 versus 195 to 220. That's a specific impulse of 5 more. We got an aerodynamic nose cone big enough for this. Yeah, we do. Great. That's a bit of a tight fit. See if I can't boost the distance a little bit. Want room for the struts to work. I also want to elongate this stage again and maybe go for actually looking at it, it appears that the Skipper is the highest thrust liquid engine that we have available to us. Okay, that probably suggests we need to go get a mainsail at some point. May need to just invest in general rocketry if we want to make bigger, better rockets over time. Okay, no crew on this one. We got a mission to do. Okay, we're up to staging for this. We want this back to quad symmetry. Everything up here is still pretty normal. Conceptually, we could rip off all the science for the sake of this emergency mission, but I want to make sure we're doing it such that we would know if it would work or not. So I'm keeping it. Those stage, there's the skipper, fairing, detach. Your stage good. Eject stage, then fairing separation for that, and okay. Smart cleaner has been upgraded. Let's go do a rescue. How could it have come to this? How could this happen? It was the simplest problem of all. We ran out of fuel. Okay, emergency rescue mission of our fellas who tried to go to Minmus, failed, went to the moon, tried to come back, failed. In 3, 2, 1. Tower is clear. Now I set the thrust on these to 80% just to compensate for the fact that there's 4 of them instead of 3. I think that worked well. It also means that they'll burn for slightly longer, which might mean better fuel use, but I may have overcorrected. I should maybe up it to 85. Or maybe I erroneously lowered the thrust and not the... or lowered the fuel capacity. Oh. Stability's a bit iffy. Okay, we're not going nearly as laterally as I would have hoped. That's my fault. I didn't turn good, and I should probably up the thrust on these. Okay, actually, maybe I shouldn't. Separation, though. Yeah, go, like, horizontal immediately. Honestly, the solution to going too slow at the start and going too fast at the end is probably to up the thrust on the boosters, but then make the ship much heavier. I'm definitely going to need to upgrade to a higher power engine if I do that, though. Which means I'm going to have to go buy a higher power engine. Oh, we are not going nearly lateral enough for this. It's okay. Jettison, keep going. Okay, much higher initial orbit than usual. That's annoying, but acceptable. Look, we know we're going to need more speed. I'm just going to start adding that speed now. I'll get the exact number later. We don't need it yet. Also, ain't it just the case that every couple of streams we need to drop everything and do a rescue mission, huh? Becoming a pattern. Okay. Now is when I'll do the numbers. So we're currently in a 116507. And we want to circularize. 2219. Makes sense to me. Close enough. Okay. Prep. Find the moon. Get ready for burn. The moon at? Where is the moon at? I found it was disguised. But now we have a lock on it, so let's do another orbit. Okay, that'll do. Okay, 114345. And that is going to be our initial altitude. We want a target radius of the semi-major axis of the moon, which is approximately, possibly exactly 12 million. 3053.4. Looking at the numbers, we will have enough to bring the entire lower stage with us. And that's good because I'd like to crash it into the moon to do the seismic experiment. Great. All right, launch. 3053.4. And we've operated with food often enough that we know that 3053.4, just running to the number exactly, is good enough for this. There we are. Off to the moon we go. All right, good impact. Now, to make sure that this stage does successfully crash into the moon, I'm not going to do our normal moon injection stuff. Instead, I'm gonna go radial in and just fire. Hope the camera moves within 168 meters per second. Huh? If I understand this correctly, we should be pointed straight down. If I go retrograde... Yeah, no, we are on a collision course. I don't know why it hasn't registered it as such. Maybe because we're at escape velocity as well, and that's overriding it. That's fine, though. What's important is that we can do this. Save burn away. And then we were basically on the elliptic. Oh, that might actually be the crater right there, what I'm seeing. Either way. Let's decelerate. Go radial out. Okay, well now it thinks it's colliding. Now we radial out. Good. That'd be fun to follow the smart cleaner debris down. I'm just gonna wait till it pops up the alert that says, hey, you did it. You got science. And we'll know what happened. We'll know. Hey! Whoa! Let me get a read of that one. Seismometer from Kerbin, weather observations, mystery goo weather, mystery goo. All the way to the bottom. 192 science. Sensor readings affected by impact energy, 572%. I don't even know what these mean, but the point is we just got 100 science for crashing. That is the most Kerbal science you could ever possibly do. And it's real science. Want to do some seismic readings, you gotta have something hitting the rocks. Hitting the bricks, pal. Alright, we're still at escape velocity, but we now know our general speed. I'm gonna start slowing down. Just do a casual 600 and then I'll get the measurements. Okay. 29542. Okay. 523.9 acknowledged. Good enough. Now, if I understand our physical position, that is debris from the ill-advised. Interesting. Can't get a read on which location that is. I think that's Mesopotamia. If it's so early that we don't have a relay set up, I think it's Mesopotamia. That's Cliff Palace. Twin Craters. There's Slough Bluffs. I kind of like seeing all of these locations that we've previously been to, just on our journey. We're making a map. Uh-oh. Correct me if I'm... Yeah, okay. There's our target. work land. Okay, we're gonna have a problem here. That's clogging up the works. Not important. What's important is that we see it. And we need to start deflecting our velocity to match it. We've got plenty of delta V. My biggest concern is that at any random point we just stop having like relay contact. We are on the far side of the moon. It can happen. But basically, I care more about just getting the alignments good than our actual velocity. We can change velocity. Changing inclinations harder. Okay. I think this is good enough for decently precise landing. Let's start going in for the works. Kilometers up, deploy everything. Okay, big things to watch is the retrograde marker and the target. We want them on the same plane. We want them to just sort of follow each other. We always want the target point to be in between retrograde and due up. Alright. 5 kilometers out. Radar. Different story entirely, huh? Okay, we know that our thing we targeted is stationary, so we don't have to worry about that. All we need to worry about is coming in for a good landing. Okay, this is close enough. Just land it. That's a landing! Fantastic. Alright, everyone. Your ride's here. Let's get you all home. Enman? Start with you. Feel free to leave the lights on. Very good, very good. And now Tedamone. We take good care of our Kerbals here. We only have 3 to the program, and though we have had some disasters that have required rescue, we have not lost a single one. And I intend to keep it like that for as long as I possibly can. Okay, hold on. There is still work that needs to be done here. Enman, as a scientist on this mission, I need you to forward the science from the vessels over. Start by taking the data out of here. How's your fuel looking? I can actually see your fuel from this menu. There it is. Okay. Store those. Head on over, take those that are here. Take the data. Great. Now I have a choice to make. I could attempt to certify this ship as being suitable for abort launch, which would lower the amount of Delta V we have to do this, or I simply act as, or I simply launch the ship with the fuel in it, since we don't care about keeping this vessel around when we have that one. Guarantees the success of the mission, but comes at the cost of us not actually verifying that this is a good design. I think I'm gonna go for it. Alright, here we go. Ran the ship. Okay. So it is following the cross-feed rules. It's not touching these. Good, good. Okay. Here we go. Now, at the very least, we can get into orbit. It just makes the follow-up rescue a lot more complicated. So we are going to do what we can here. But protocol is as normal. Boost up, head east. We want basically a target velocity of 580. I just checked by looking at the numbers here. It's just quick. I just had to put your altitude as 0 in the moon column. 1500 was already there from earlier. Okay. This is rescue craft launch in 3, 2, 1, go. Delta V is updated to 1600. Good, that means our numbers were accurate, and we are gonna be probably fine. Now, our general acceleration is worse than the old craft, so we're gonna be losing some bit of our mechanisms to, you know, gravity losses, but given that this is the moon, we can pretty much just thrust horizontally the moment we clear the mountains. And off we go. Sorry, I just had this, like, sudden crazy paranoia that I accidentally staged. Just psychologically. It was, like, a very mundane, intrusive thought. I'm not risking it. I should risk it. Psychologically, it'd be good to risk it as like an exposure therapy type thing, but... Okay, you know what? Fine, I'll risk it. I will fight the demons. Spelled D-A-E, etc. Because funny joke. Oh, look at this! We get to go through the cool canyon thing! Orbital. Yeah. I would temporarily eject to get like a cool vision on what's going on, but I worry that we won't make it into orbit, especially considering there's a good threat we hit that cliffside. But if this is a different biome, then there might be merit to coming back here. Maybe even making a rover. Okay, we're pretty suborbital. Tedamone... Actually, no. Enman, quickly get out, do an EV report from here. I want to know what biome this is. It's just the canyons, okay? As a reminder, our target velocity is about 580. But now that we've got some altitude to work with... Where's Kerbin? Kerbin is below us. Yeah. Okay. Next up in the process is the general return. I am confident we can make it back to Kerbin with this fuel in this ship. My only concern is if I bungle the return or not. Oh, look who it is. It's Nanda Australis. So functionally, we want Kerbin to be above us. The angles involved, we will be in darkness when this happens. Basically up. Yeah. Tedamone, can you point the ship radially out so I can know where radially out is? Okay, that's pretty much good. Now we need to get to escape velocity going this way. This is going to require us to reference our sphere of influence calculator for the moon and set that as our target radius. Now our current altitude is about 42,000. Okay, 696. I'm going to go for 750. We do want to overshoot it. Okay. You know, the true darkness involved in this is actually kind of inconvenient. Who knew? Took longer than I was expecting for the camera to shift. I've got some concerns, but I'm going to leave it as is. Rising, we know the SOI is at about 22.2 million. No, sorry, 2.2 million. Two, 1, 2. Okay, 300 meters per second. We're in orbit of Kerbin. Let's step back. Actually, we have enough delta V that we can precision this by doing a Hoffman. Like so. All we gotta do is make this the apoapsis. There we go. All right. Now for the math. The simple math, we are at 12011,000. And we want a target altitude of 25,000. 162.5 coming right up. Uh-oh. Not a good sign when it suddenly cuts like that. I'm gonna go back up to 162.7 just to make sure. As long as I trust, as long as we skim the atmosphere and don't like go to a direct collision course, as long as we have time to skim the atmosphere, it's fine. Even if our periapsis is at like 12 meters, I think it's fine as long as it's not at 0. Problem is that the further away you are from your target destination... Let's check the maneuver node for stats. Okay, 25,000 it was. Maybe the camera just cuts off at 25,000 for some other reason. Okay. Jettison. Retrograde. Surface mode. We are off. What should be a pretty simple and straightforward landing in darkness, unfortunately, but it's fine. Completely unrelated to what's going on right now, I just realized my mistake. When we were trying to get to Minmus before. When I was trying to do the angles, we got an angle of 120 degrees. That's wrong, and now I know why that's wrong. Because we're not doing one full orbit for Minmus to do its thing. We're doing a half orbit. I forgot to divide the answer by 2. Which means the real angle we want is 60 degrees. And that makes sense because it's lower to the horizon than the moon. Okay, I figured it out. Problem solved. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna transcribe that. I'm just gonna make sure I know this. I'm gonna put a big ol' 1 divided by 2 here. And for the Minmus math before, I'm going to put half orbit, and I'm going to put like a 1 divided by 2. Okay, equals 1 divided by 2. I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this. I'm going to multiply this whole thing by that. Just to really, really hammer it in. 63 degrees. Okay. Problem solved forever for right now. I just had one of those moments. You're doing something else completely unrelated, and then you suddenly have an epiphany about everything else. It's great. It's great, but now we can go back to being on fire. That's just how it goes in the space program. I was wondering why we were off by so much. That doesn't explain why we are off by so much with the apoapsis, but I think that's just due to the sheer imprecision of such a high orbit. The difference between a moon orbit, Minmus orbit, and escape velocity is surprisingly nearby each other. Here goes our debris, off to crash later. Shoots are deployed. Can't tell what we're above. Let's check the radar. Okay, we're on land. Actually, pretty high land. Like almost a solid kilometer above sea level. These highlands? Yeah, we got a port available. Yep, highlands. Proud of myself for calling that. Seismic data from the rest of the ship crashing. Good. We pretty much got all the seismic data we could, and seismic data at Kerbin is not very impressive. If we want to do more science, we're going to have to crash more stuff into the moon. And Minmus. And I suppose we don't need more than one on a given planet. Maybe that's how they balance it. Not for me, though. I am going to all the planets. Maybe I'm not going to all the planets. I'm going to all the biomes on the planet, or at least more than one. Speaking of scientific operations, how much science did we get from that? I know we got like 190 from the collision, but this should be our regular moon haul of like 300-ish. Meanwhile, the moon should separately be just preparing a lot of science over time. Thanks to watching the goo, all the other stuff. Once we get 3 Kerbals, we are going to be able to save so much on solar panel. Hey, 270. Not bad. Tedemo's good. Enmin, good experience. Very nice. All right. Back here at the science facility, we could almost get something in the 550 tier if we care. The negative gravioli detector is always appealing. Some of the survey scanner stuff, though we just learned that we do not have to care. Something to keep in mind. Actually, we don't really need heavier duty machining right now, especially if our observations are going to be done in orbit now. Better fuel, monopropellant fuel, big fuel tank, just to help the stability of the ship as we make it bigger and bigger. Precision propulsion. I was never really a fan of the hyper-precise propulsion technologies, mostly because I care a lot about specific impulse. Oh. Oh, we could. We could. The thrust is pitiful, but the ISP cannot be beat. And like, it's not even that bad compared to the Cheetah. Thrust of 125 kilonewtons. This thing's just about half. But for an ISP of 800, your delta V is going through the roof. Mass of 1 ton. The other thing is that it's heavy. Mass of 3 tons just for one. If we want to match the Cheetah, we're going to need 2 of them. The Poodle, it's the mass of like 3 Poodles. Sorry, no, well, okay. Having 2 of them would be the mass of 3 Poodles. We would need like 4 to match the Poodle's thrust. That's the trade-off, and maybe we don't want to make that trade-off. Having more delta V allows us to compensate for our inaccurate measurements. But having higher thrust means that we can, you know, not have to worry about the fact that thrust burns take time to do, which muddles our operations. Either way, we're very certainly nearing an era where we need to upgrade the quality of our engines. And the Nerve is very appealing for deep space stuff. Fuel tanks are fuel tanks are fuel tanks. Ooh, the Rockomax Jumbo 64, that'd be cool. Supersonic flight actuators. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the heavy rocketry. Oh, I need both. Okay, I see. And then there are these, like, freakishly huge ones I've never seen before. I've seen these before. 380! Wow. That's probably the best specific impulse of any non-nerve engine. Appealing. Okay, but let's get the fuel systems. The RCS fuel would be good. Have some monopropellant. That would let us finally do some controlled landings on the moon without having to worry so much about our laterals. Everything else over here is pretty much fine. Not worried too much about all of these because we're gonna have a scientific revolution the moment we finally get to Minmus. Not too worried about that. So just improving our fuel tank efficiency makes a stable ship, makes a more fewer parts, simpler ship. Smart and simple. You know, it doesn't have to be dumb and simple. This also opens the way for the nerve. Oh my goodness, we can get a third thing in the 160 tier. Splendid. In that case... there's the fuel thruster. Possibly less relevant now that we're investing in monopropellant. Big reaction wheel would be nice. Fly-by-wire avionics hub. CurbNet. Anomaly detection is pretty good. I guess it's the kind of thing you want if you're flying around Kerbin or just in low to a planet and want to do like a ground survey, basically. But I think what I'm going to go for is the command modules, because we're eventually going to want to have the full 3 Kerbin crew. This big service bay would help us a lot with general construction. And the cupola would be cool. I'm splurging a little bit, don't worry about it. Alright. Now that we've solved my great mathematical error, which didn't really matter because everything else was already a complete bungle. Let's redesign the smart cleaner and then go for Minmus. Part of me wants to keep the smart cleaner as is, so we'll make a new ship based off the smart cleaner and make it FE-15. Because this, I think, is going to end up being our new Moonlander. The super ill-advised has been super seceded. Then again, at this point, making a Minmus ship and making a moon ship are pretty similar. Probably get away with not having the ejector stage. Okay, anyway, let's start from the bottom. Bigger engine. This is the Pollux. I think we've just unlocked the Thoroughbred, and oh my goodness. This is where we can start doing something wild, like using this as our main stage. What's the stats on this thing? 8,000 solid fuel. Engine ISP is 205. And then 230, so 5 additional. Max thrust is just about 3 kickbacks. So the Pollux is like 2 kickbacks, and this one is 3. In terms of fuel, 2,600, 8,000. Again, pretty much tripling. The 2468, 369. We would have 3 of these. But again, maybe just make this the main stage. That'd be funny. Might be worth it. If we do get to a point where this thing can basically get us to anywhere in the system, like low orbit of the moon, etc., then we can, like, severely simplify this upper stage. We can get rid of the poodle, maybe get an array of spark engines, or maybe at least a Terrier or two. That would save us a lot of mass. The fuel requirements in here would go down significantly because it's no longer also responsible for the orbital injection. In fact, we could split the difference. We could have a main stage and then shorten this to be our orbital stage, and then this is like a pure, we're there, let's land type thing. As a test of what this thing is capable of, I'm going to do an experimental launch, which is purely replacing our entire lower stage with this thing. I just want to see what level of capability this thing is capable of. That's the strut. It's hard for me to gauge these things natively. Also, we're gonna have to put these things on the side now because of the wings I just put on the center stage. Okay. These four decouple, those decouple, that launches, fairing deploy. Thing. Okay. This is gonna put us in a completely wild orbit. I just want to know its performance. Launch. Don't even save it, just launch it. Argument to be made that I should have emptied the crew compartment because this thing might go wild. This is a very, very experimental craft. I think this will prove to be a terrible idea. Oh, thank goodness we have no crew aboard. Great. Because this is an experiment on the ship itself, I'm going to warp to morning just to make sure I can see it while stuff happens. Now this should be called the ill-advised. Oh, something snapped. I think the struts... No, the struts are still attached. Okay, ignoring that ill omen. Yeah, struts are good. Okay. What happened here? Something's gone wrong with the stab enhancers. The ship might just blow up. That's okay. In 3, 2, 1, go! Understandable. That's seismic data, though. Oh yeah, still got control. Whee! Well, something's wrong with the stability enhancers. Also, it seemed like the Pollexes did not have enough thrust. I'll up those to the proper 100 then. I set it at 80 before. I don't think I reverted that. Okay, this plan is not going to work. Maybe we don't need the wings on those anymore. Do that. Let's Strut's good. Rest of this is good. Fruit component is empty, as desired. Okay. Full proper test number... Wait, thrust? 100%. Okay. Launch of this extremely weird test in 3, 2, 1, go. So far, so good. 20% thrust really made the difference. We just got seismic data from Kerbin for reasons I don't quite understand. Oh, we're losing stability control. I should have put SAS on. Wings are a bit more central. They won't do as much, but they also won't fling us wildly out of control. Okay, speed's picking up pretty high. Maybe 100% was too high. Compensate by just going up, getting to the thinner atmosphere where it doesn't matter as much. This thing is gonna go big. I acknowledge that and fear it now. This thing is gonna go big. This thing might just fly itself out into escape velocity. It has the thrust to do it. Away we go. Oh, that's a chunky exhaust, huh? It's even a little staggered, probably because of the individual stages of solid material it's going through. Cool. Yeah, this thing alone is capable of a lot. Its only weakness is the fact that I can't control the engine anymore. But were this to continue, I would say we could basically do the exact same thing we do with the normal lower stage. That's good to know. And it makes me wonder if there is some merit to the idea of perhaps putting this under our normal upper stage. Oh my goodness. Turn us around, get us back down. Oh man, this thing actually has gimbaling. Rare for a solid rocket. Okay. Maybe I could have used this ship to do something. I wasn't really focused on doing any mission right now. This was just a test of the rocket. I relinquish this rocket to the depths of science. We are going full throttle. I ran out of throttle, so we're just gonna go ballistically. Oh, the fairing's about to blow up. There goes the fairing. There goes most of the ship. I think I can still land this. I can totally land this. Quick, do a survey. Do science. Doesn't matter what science, just do some. Okay then. Have a nice trip. Oh, right, there's no probe on this part. Never mind, I can't save the ship. I can save this part of the ship, maybe. I could not save that part of the ship. Well, that's science for you. Alright. Open up the smart cleaner as it previously existed. We got some upgrades to do for this. So, here's crazy idea number 1, and it's the one we basically just tested for. We take a TD25 decoupler and place it on the bottom here. And then just slap a thoroughbred on here. Here we can then start doing some stuff to the upper stages. First off, if this is going to turn into our just general purpose orbital application stage, maybe we keep the skipper on, maybe we upgrade to the next level of thing. That's 650, 330, this is 320, 65 to 80. Is 125. Rust here is oh, there's the twin bore. That's fun. It's like a liquid fueled solid rocket booster. It's a very good side booster. It's just like incredible thrust. Fan. What if we go something wild, like 2 Poodle? How many Poodle can we do? So how good's the Kodak? 285 to 300. 310 for 1500. That's like double. Just keep the skipper. What other crowds? Not gimbal throttle, auto strut, rigid attachment, single. What the heck? You could have a single bell version? I have never known this. It also makes it taller, which worse for a lander, but fascinating. What about this thing? Huh. Wow, I did not know the Poodle had a 1-engine variant. I was looking for like a shroudless version, but this is interesting. Okay, regardless, I think we skip with the keeper. Flip that around. Anything new in the control department? No, I didn't get the fly-by-wire thingy. Tragic. Okay, still, let's try the crazy plan. So if this has gimbaling, we don't need wings on it, so we can just do these 4. This is a rocket. It's very tall. You may have seen some in the movies. Is there any fuel radius bigger than this? I sincerely doubt it. Okay, so first and foremost, I want to see if this lower section can just sort of... I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm going for... Okay, do I use the cheetah or do I use the poodle? Poodle thrust is 250, this thrust is 125. I could literally have two of them, but this one's lower mass. But this one's higher rise. I'll just use the poodle. But I'll be fancy, and I'll use the single bell variant for fancy. Makes it fancy. But then, up here, I don't think we need the poodle anymore. I think instead we go for something low mass. Thrust of 250, thrust of 60. Wait, what am I... Oh... This would have been bamboozled. If I want good fuel tanks for... the nerve engine, which I don't have yet, I'm gonna need to unlock aviation just to get, like, fuel tanks that only have liquid fuel. That's funny. Okay, ignoring that dilemma. The one, the that, the this. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go for a single terrier. We know that this is basically needed to get off the surface of the land. What if we go for the 3 for 3? Just once and for all. The triple. I'll put that back on in a second. Here we are. Get rid of all these spares that have accidentally caused to exist. Here we are. So, thermal will be... I mean, we could go overkill, but... thought for later. Okay. Now from here, we need to figure out what our fuel situation is. Got the Rockomax size to work with now, and then... well, we're going to be dealing with a lot more thrust now. So maybe a single spark won't fit it anymore. Maybe we go for either multiple sparks or a single carrier. 1935, what's we set to? Kerbin... sea level? Really? Whoa. Okay. It's genuinely unexpected, but this is a fully functional vessel. It's actually like over-engineered, over-qualified for landing on the moon. But that's also the smallest in the Rockomac size. What if we dump it to this somehow? Now that seems a bit more expected. This really is the minimum. This alone. What can we do with that? We could greatly optimize the... Wow, this is too small. There we go. Here's the question. Can we fit the science in here? Just like all of it. Definitely fit one. This is a weird way of going about it, but I think it works. Huh, okay. Moving on. More science, more science. Well, first off, let's get closed. More science. Where did I put the science on this thing? Oh, there it is. We may be evolving beyond the need for the eject stage. Unless this whole thing is the eject stage. With a calculated delta V of 1370 and lowering. It might just be enough. Put it inside like this. Where's that thermometer? All the science is in. They're electrical. But the booms are fine on the outside. Oh. What do we use that? Actually, what if we didn't have to? That looks pretty okay, I'm a little worried about the thermal load. So what if I do... big. Wide. Okay, I know these are going to be like awkwardly jutting through this, but I need a way to access them. You can just pretend that there's like a hole cut in here, I think. But what's important is that with this, we can do that. And that means we now have 2 of those compartments to use. Meaning the little shuffle we had to do before is unnecessary, and it also means that attaching all of this to this stage is equally unnecessary. Really what we want is to just do this. This is just our new eject stage. Too short. Let's go medium short. We have our service bay here, and then just sort of landing stuff. Actually, what am I doing, you may be asking? It's a good question, because I am also asking it. I'm just sort of trusting the process for a second. Ooh. Yeah, we definitely do not want them to be there. How about I do this a little bit more freeform? This may prove to be a colossal mistake. I'm doing it anyway. I just think it could be neat. Wait, what am I thinking? The fuel would never get to that. I do have the fuel duct, though, so maybe it would. Okay, in that case... What if we use that? There you go. Then we just do all the stuff we usually do. We're using every part of our rocket. We want to splurge for a good rocket here. Let's use the Octo. That Just that. Want a good electrical base. We want comms network going. I don't think we got room for that. Okay, maybe relay is unavailable. And if it's unavailable, we kind of lose the point. I could do that. Spin it to here. Still protruding a little bit, but what if we change this from medium? It's still protruding. It's just too large. Radius of the dish is too high. But all our relay antennas are kind of wide dishes. If it was high enough, maybe it wouldn't hit the thruster, but I think it will. First off, does this still look shrouded? It does. The only threat is burning through here. I guess I made this thing kind of obnoxiously tall. It was obnoxiously tall to begin with. I know what to do. Ooh, short is not enough room, huh? Okay. How many of these gets the thrust of one Terrier? 60? 20. We need 3. Okay. I'm going back to like a wall of sparks. Mass 0.13, mass 0.5. Yeah, okay. Touch nodes. Single, double, triple, quad, 4x1, 6x1, 8x1, single. I'm gonna go for the quad. Ah, heck with it. Go for the full 9. I think it would look cool. And you know what? It does look cool. That does not. None of you people have a parachute, and that's because I foregone it. What I'm aiming for is a configuration where this is like the ground level. No, wait, that's the ground level. And like maybe we could build something out of this. ground. We want this, preferably at a radius 4. Just enough to reach. A little high. Don't have any extension protocols? No. I'd put it lower, but well, it kind of opens and closes around it. It still sort of makes sense. Okay. All right, next is the weird side engine thing. Which, yes, I'm committing to doing for some reason. Good chances of... Oh. We can ladder this now. Kinda. Oh, that's not making sense. Okay, we'll keep them like that, and the ladder will just have to, like, do a thing. We got ladders? You have ladders. Here's the ladder plan. Now that's a ladder plan. Take another one. Flip it down, but also roll it out. I want to make sure the ladder is reachable. Oh, wrong part. Yeah, boom, there's better. And then as like an interim ladder, you can have this one and rolled out like that. Great. This also means the ladder is 0% on the ejector stage, which means it won't, like, muddle anything. Oh, wait a minute. I'm a genius. This is advanced shenanigans. Wait a minute, this doesn't matter. That does look better, I guess. Yeah, let's just clean this up. It was a cool idea, but I think I just found a way to make it better and normal. Actually, no. We're going back to that for a second. My crazy idea that I got excited about for a second was to put the relay antennas on the bottom. Which is why I moved the legs down for that. But I think ultimately it'd just be better to put them on the sides like here. Oh wait, they're gonna get in the way of the landing legs. Retract these, how far up they go. Okay, they're not hitting the boom anymore. Could maybe hide them underneath like that. The best option would be... It's gonna hit the door. Yeah, just to put them... I don't have a good way to do ×2 symmetry on this. And too close to the cargo bay and they're gonna break everything, so... Put them on like that. Maybe some 4x symmetry just to make it nice, though we are losing a lot in the fuel department. Okay, now a reminder, we need to give this thing engines. Wait, we need to... Oh, okay. Then I know exactly how to do this. Do this. Do that. Do that. That. This is gonna go wild. Okay, what's it saying about the fuel efficiency on this? Pretty bad. Pretty bad. It is not accounted for the staging. Okay, so a lot of problems have emerged as a result of our actions. Maybe we go to the 4x one. $16.10. That's about the fuel efficiency we had already. We could dump the monopropellant for an extra 26. This is well within specification. $13.94. It bothers me that this stage is weaker. But I guess it has to hold all the science and stuff anyway. Ah. Up. They don't hit the cargo bay. Okay. I think that's the best we can do. Okay, so from here, I lament the fact that the landing gear is going to hit the ladder, and everything I've done now has been ruined. Oh, whatever. That's an easy solution. Gear, landing struts are always on extend retract. These are on toggle, ladder. On the ladder. No, this ladder. On the ladder. Good. So that'll at least make it look fine. So, close the bay. Track the ladder. Track the ladder. Track the ladder. Start retracted. Alright, they won't hit. That's good. Up. That's a good alignment. Get that out of there. Now there's some actual room for electric down here. As for power generation, we are definitely running out of room. What do I do? This. Angle this backwards. A little bit down. More down. Too far down. A bit up. Ah. I'll just go for a lower caliber. Some on here as well, just to keep control. Wait a minute. Case of emergency. One octo hidden inside this little structural component. Okay. Then that. Good. Okay, back down here. This is fine. This is still open. Action group for group 1 is still real, but it's just you. If that's the case, maybe we... just leave it to the external. Just one less thing to worry about. Okay, now for the fairing for this monstrosity. The good news is that this one doesn't have to go to the entire, like, full top of the ship, so... maybe it feels like it wants to. Okay, I know it's clipping, but this looks cool. Like, that looks really cool as, like, an X structural component. I'm keeping it. It's canonical now. Oh, and let's not forget. Almost forgot to actually do the fuel crossfeed. Does it work going straight from tank to engine? Certainly hope so. Okay, done with you. Done with you. Clean up our mess a bit. What's wrong with this? How was that wrong? Okay, Rocket Max is good. You are good. Let's get these stagings good. Six, that's it? Makes sense at all. Above you also getting jettisoned, or what? You have an entire Jumbo 64 fuel tank. You are not getting 436 Delta V. Also, why does ejecting the fairing add Delta V? I mean, I know why in theory, but, like, why is there a number here right now? Oh! We never put a decoupler here. It's probably the most complicated ship I've made so far. The thing about this one is we can just go up to here, I believe. But it's a little ugly if we do that. A nice upwards pointy fairing, I think, does a lot of good for the visual appeal of a ship. Okay. Am I missing anything? Check the staging. Jettison these, launch these. Jettison those, fire that. Decouple, power that. 2,000 meters per second sounds a lot more correct. Jettison fairing. Detach that. Activate the Terriers. Then this is our eject stage. We do not touch the eject stage. That there. But we do need to set up the eject stage. 4. The fairing deploys, that is correct. Then this decouples. These activate. These activate. Okay. Well, here it is. Our brand new crazy ship. What in the world is this gonna be and do? I'm gonna call this Grand Parabolic. Vaguely a reference to off. Only vaguely. Okay. For such an experimental design, I am completely voiding all of your tickets to ride this. We are going pilotless for a test run. This thing is way too dangerous to be used just casually. Loading in all that rocket. All that booster. There it is. Okay, time for the launch of the Grand Parabolic test flight, test 1. Hopefully of 1. In 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, first note, we are going to need more Pollux on the side. Glad that's established. For poor initial thrust, everything else is still looking fine and good. We're stable in flight. Stage. Well. Congratulations, we have created a flying egg. Not the intended result, but interesting nonetheless. At least test some of the other components on this thing, like, does this work? Looks nice. Thrust is pretty good. We could argue for reducing down to less of these just to save on mass. It also proves they're working. It's really what this was all about. Okay, while we're up here, sideways. How's the abort stage looking? Oh, also, we gotta get some fuel jettisoners on this thing somewhere. Not really any room for them vertically, so maybe we'll have to go without. They just lock these down when we're ready to go. Anyway, check the escape stage. Very nice. In fact, we've got enough thrust to just escape the ship's area, I think. That doesn't make sense. Each of these are 20. Each of those Terriers is 60, and we got 4 of them. That's 240. Alright, one last thing to check. How does this thing handle re-entry? Mostly I want to know how good the parachute is, because we are narrowing down to 1. Spin's pretty good. I think that's good enough. We obviously can't test re-entry heating, but we don't need to. Well, okay, maybe we do. I'm sure we'll get some. Aerodynamically stable. Speeds under Mach 1. We are going for a water landing. Chute deployed. Looking big and oblong. And down to a speed of 9. What happens if I jettison this? 7, 8. Good stuff. Okay, so we noticed the design flaw. We will fix the design flaw. We shall proceed to another test. I think the only big remaining things to test are, 1, whatever fix we do to the design flaw, and 2, if that poodle is actually good enough to do anything. The gist. Alright, so the solution to the design flaw, as I see it, lay these down, as we usually do. If we had some aerodynamic shenanigans, we could also try and put some air brakes on it, but I think the best solution is just have the jettisoning force be on an axis and let it deal with itself. Okay. next thing is we need more of these. Some lower like this. Go back to our classic strat of doing this type of thing. Okay. So we're probably going to need 4. I would love to go all the way up to 8, but we don't have room. And by 4, I meant 6. Problem that emerges from this, though, is how do we do this? We are out of room. Is true. Actually, what we could do is we could hold it from the bottom. Bottom and interior, perhaps? Or just the bottom? Interesting. Then maybe 1 for each of the pollexes on the outside. Sneaky, sneaky. Nobody better be aboard this. Roncott? You pulling a stunt? If you're pulling a stunt, I will immediately hit the eject button. Okay, no stunts. Alright, so next test. Test 2 of the Grand Parabolic. In 3, 2, 1. That's good vertical. Cool shadow. Crossing over the VAB, and there it goes. Okay. We've got some leeway here. Let's start doing a roll early. Big mistake of the last flight. Going above Mach, maybe a little early. Other than that, everything else seems fine. Ready, stage! Much better ejection. Looking at the numbers involved, it seems that this will get us most of the way into orbit, and then we can just circularize as needed. Though it also seems, given the numbers, that we are much higher than desired. We did not turn over fast enough. That's okay. We learned. Yeah, already we are going into orbit. Maybe flop the fairing to going down there, huh? Some operational improvements to be made, but overall, not bad. Oh yeah, this is definitely not an engine with thrust trademark. I think I'm going to make the executive call. The Poodle is not thrustful enough for our purposes. I think we are going to have to sacrifice fuel efficiency for the sake of making our burns more numerically ideal. It's like mathematically more usable. Still, for the time being, we can work with this. Current altitude is 146853. I'm going to call that apoapsis. We want a target velocity of 2175.8. So I will. The plane here is the circular S2, 150,000. Then, I mean, we got a ship. We could try and go to the moon. We don't technically need a crew. We're missing out on science if we don't bring a crew, but this is also a test flight. Doesn't mean it can't also be productive. Okay. Where's Mimus? Oh, there it is. Okay, so we've solved our issue before. We know that the true angle we want for this encounter situation is 63 degrees. So step one, lock on the middle. It's going to be harder for us to visually confirm it is where it should be. Simply because we no longer have the convenience of the planet. But maybe that also helps. It's basically 30 degrees. I'm going to use the nav ball for this kind of rough estimate. Once it passes the nose of the ship... Oh, actually, better idea. We're going to point it directly at Minmus and assume it doesn't technically move relative to well, where it currently is. We're moving much faster than it, so I don't think that the angle will change all that much. So step 1 is find Minmus. It is in our interest to have Minmus be found at a high inclination. It implies that maybe when we get there, it won't be anymore. Okay, pretty good. Now we're going to time warp at this heading until we reach an angle on the nav ball of negative 30 degrees. That will imply that Minmus is at 60 degrees from straight down, which is what we want, as per the math we did earlier. Okay, that's 30 degrees. Coincidentally, that is about when it crests the horizon. Something to think about. And burn. I have not checked the math on this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to check the math partway into the orbit. When I get to a velocity of 3,000, then I'll check the numbers. What this will hopefully mean is that even though it's not perfectly the apoapsis or periapsis, it should roughly correlate better to what velocity I want for this. That's going to be a while. So actually, while it's burning, how about we do that? Let's just get our targets here. Target is 47 million based on our estimates we've done. Our altitude is basically that. We're looking for 3049.6 or so. Good to know. Though I'm afraid we might just have to eyeball this one. To demonstrate why, let me just add like a couple of like a 0 onto this. The difference between Minmus and escape velocity is very, very thin. What other data do we have? Maneuver tool. Display, star mass, no. Action sets, no. Alarm. What I would love is like a perfect digital readout of my bearing. I know I have my heading in degrees right at the bottom, but I would love my elevation as well. I can kind of get that from the nav ball itself, but only very roughly. I'm going to stop at 3030 to be safe. That already is a terrible sign. I think we're at escape velocity. Wait, we can use that to our advantage. We know the escape velocity is like 3080. So if we wanted 3050, then that means that we should reduce our velocity by just about 30 meters per second. And that should put us at Minmus range. Three, two, 1, 2, 3, stop. Okay, complete blind shot. We are dealing with precision that we just do not have. Let's see where it takes us, though. Hopefully to Minmus. That's like the whole point. There is Minmus. There is Minmus. One thing I'm a bit confident is that we're gonna get a lot closer to start to Minmus than we were before. Ignore all the text on the ecliptic. That's just the moon behind us projecting text forward. You know, with how elliptical our orbit is, we could approximate this as like a degenerate conic and treat this as just like a... We're going straight up. What's our expected altitude? I mean, all this stuff is ballistics anyway, but... Ooh, we got 10 signs from the moon. Nice job, Mystery Goo. I've lost Minmus. Where is it? Oh, we've gone way beyond. I was afraid of this. I was paying attention to the altimeter. Okay, we are now at apoapsis because I made us at apoapsis. Our apoapsis is... Let's see here, 72117. 1,000. 195.2 due east. I think I'm just going to try and match Minmus's orbit and then slowly perturb it until we get relatively close. Remember, target velocity is 195.2. You're at 65. Okay. I think we did pretty good with the Minmus estimate, though. Can't complain. I think we got the phase angle good, then. It's 60 degrees. We just really need to work on our apoapsis. Okay. 463000. Oh, sorry. I need more, 3 more zeros on that. My bad. Third. Hold on. 46300. Okay. 1,000. 274 sounds correct. I'm gonna get a circular and then I'm gonna explain the plan. You don't have to see that. I overshot it a little bit. Okay. You've regained viewership permissions. Here you go. So, here's the plan. We are basically at Minmus's orbit. Well, orbital altitude, at least. My plan is to determine its bearing to us right now. Oh, far. Now, this ain't the bungle scope, but it'll do. You may be asking yourselves, why am I doing this? Why bother? What do you hope to gain from this exercise? The answer is... the answer. Okay, I'm gonna call that like 43 degrees. So, what does that mean for us right now? What does that 43 degree mean? Here's what it means. What we functionally have here is a big ol' circle. We've got a point in the center, we've got a point we're on, and we've got another point. What we know is that relative to the tangent going out, to that point, this angle right here, and this is definitely not drawn to scale. How could it possibly be drawn to scale? I don't have a scale here. We know this is 43 degrees. That means okay, separate to that, we're in a circular orbit, so we are perpendicular to the line going from the center to us. Which means that in theory, due to the law of degrees of 90 degrees angles is the right angle of perpendicularity, that's not the name of it, we should be 47 degrees up from the ground. Well, great. What's that tell us? Something, I guarantee you. I feel like there's some way to translate this such that we can get this angle, which will be our, like, relative change in phase, and therefore our relative change in time. I can then use that and the same type of time relative transformational math we did before in order to figure out what our periapsis needs to be in order to resynchronize with Minmus, and therefore reach it. Let me see here. If we draw a line continuously through here, we get this point and this point. And I believe there is a geometric law about angles in circles relating to angles at points in circles. Unfortunately, I don't know the names of these off the top of my mind. So I gotta go look them up. These are extremely unhelpful. Ah, inscribed angle. Probably the name of it. Inscribed angle. There's an inscribed angle theorem. That's sounding correct. Here we go. In geometry, an inscribed angle is the angle formed in the interior of a circle when two chords intersect on the circle. So, what do we have here? We have 47 degrees going from where we are to Minmus and Kerbin. But since Kerbin is a circle and it's the center of the circle, it also goes in a straight line beyond to the opposite end. Due to the inscribed angle theorem, which I just looked up the name of, you saw me do it, this angle should be 94. And based on that logic, the fact that this is a straight line, this would be 180 degrees, this would be 86 degrees. So that's our angle. We are basically, and I'm going to approximate this because the specific details could never possibly matter, we're approximately 1/4 of an orbit away from Minmus right now. It's 86 degrees, which I'm rounding to 90 degrees in front of us. I deleted my old equation that I used for the thing last time. Even worse, as I filled up everything here with a bunch of circles. I mean, they're good circles, but it all comes down to the period, right? It's the same orbital period equation that we had before. What we want is an orbital period of effectively 75%. Wait. Yeah, we want an orbital period of 75% Minmus's orbital period. So I'm going to trust that you've all sufficiently seen this circles, and then I'm going to delete it, and then... Right. No, this is an important circle. All right. I'll get rid of this one because it's pretty understandable. Like, we've got the equation for it up here. It's fine. Weird way of doing that, but whatever. Okay. So as we've seen, and has been most of the theme of today, orbital period is equal to the circle constant times the square root of the semi-major axis cubed divided by the gravitational parameter. But we want something very specific. We want 3/4 of this orbital period for what is our current altitude. So that would be r cubed equals the circle constant square root of whatever our new semi-major axis would be cubed over mu here. Okay, so this cancels out, this cancels out. This becomes 3/4 squared, which I will keep as just a solid thing being squared. Current radius cubed over mu equals a cubed over mu. These line out. So then this would be 9/16 of our current radius. Actually, you know what? Let's just make this the very awkward 3/4 to the power of 2/3 r equals our new semi-major axis. But our semi-major axis will have one of its components be our current radius anyway. Over 2. So that's all we need to do this. I could simplify this more. I could say that the 2 goes over here. We could do a whole like R thing where it's like R 2 3/4 the power of 2/3. Big square brackets here. -1 equals our target radius. And you know what? I did do that. But this is also just the general formula. Put this ratio in here. Power to the 2/3. Double it. Subtract 1. Multiply it by the apoapsis, or the radius that you have now. And it'll get you your this. Also know that if we wanted to extend it by increasing it, then this would logically be the apoapsis instead. But that doesn't matter for our case. It's just the target radius on the other side of the equation. So back to the other side of the equation. Well, first off, let's get this ratio in place. In fact, let's do this conversion. Let's say that... Let's say period ratio... ratio... for a period ration of 3/4 and a current radius of, well, what's our current radius right now? 46300,000. Let's not forget that that's the altitude. We want to add 600k to this. 46900. Okay. Target radius will be equal to this radius times 2 times the power function of our period ration, the power of 2/3, which is really funny, -1, and parentheses there. Well, there you have it. Our target radius in this case would be 30.5 million. Let's put that in. Our values are set. Target velocity is 241.1. We do one orbit on that, and that should take us pretty darn close to Minmus. I was worried today would be a bust, but I've been doing good math. Oh, wait, I went prograde instead of retrograde. My mistake. Now, we'll be a few degrees off, but we're going to be a few degrees off for everything. I can't get precise measurements like this. And that's going to make the other planets very, very difficult. Let alone Elu. Don't even talk to me about Elu. $41.1. $41.1. Gonna cut it as close as I can. So I went to 241.0 because it's 241.09. And I'm just going to barely bump it up to 241.1. Now, on the assumption that all the numbers are good, we should be back here with Minmus. Half a turn. Alright, I went to locked camera for tracking Minmus. Wondering what that was about. Okay, we're not there yet, but I want to reset the camera. There we go. And find Minmus. Oh my goodness, it's right there! Has this worked beautifully? I think it did. Okay, we are still in... Okay, actually, we're now newly in front of Minmus. So... Let's mess with our orbit a little bit. Particularly, I want to make this our apoapsis for easy math. Okay. Now altitude is 46264. A target radius of 47... Sorry, 1,000. We want 47 million. But... we're in front of it, so we actually want to go a little higher. So I'm going to bump this target radius to 48 million. So that we can overshoot it. 276. My hope is that at some point we'll just sort of circle it. And then at some point we'll get so close to it that I'm just say, heck with it, and barrel in. Right now, we should be going faster than it. On the other side of the planet, we will slow down relative to it. Don't lose it, don't lose it, don't lose it, don't lose it, don't lose it. There it is. Hard to see when it's in shadow, I admit. We're gonna fly right over it. More accurately, it's gonna fly right under us. Where's the planet? Where's the planet? Where's the planet? There's the planet. It's still behind us. But we're getting closer. I think the big problem now is going to be inclination and just the timing of it all. But look, you can see it spinning. Our orbit should be just ever so barely higher than it. So as long as it's behind us, we still have options. And the amount that it's faster than us. Very... Oh my goodness, it looks like a planet from here! Also, that said, it feels like its orbit is actually a little higher than 47 million, because we're at 47 sea level. And it seems higher than that. Oh, my camera might just be a little misguided on exact 90 degrees away. It's right below us. It is right below us. It's so close. Whoa, 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 whoa! We have capture! We made it! We are in the sphere of influence of Minmus. Oh boy, oh, okay, alright, okay. We got okay. We gotta do some math here. Okay. Radius survey. What do we even need for the radius survey? Okay, I'm a little flustered here. Okay, first off, let's get ourselves into capture. I have no idea what kind of velocity that would look like. Higher than that, apparently. Oh. I'm just looking fancy with the scatterer. Own it. Okay. Now, I acknowledge that we're pretty much going to be running on ellipticology here. Or, sorry, inclination. Like polar orbit here. That's okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go radial out from here. If it still says we're colliding when we hit... Okay, it no longer says we're colliding. I'm going to call that good. This is basically apoapsis now. Alright, let's do some measurements. There it is. Okay. So, the measurements we need is our velocity and altitude at apoapsis and periapsis. Fortunately, they seem like they will both be under 1 million. And we don't need the probe to actually have control to do any of this. It's just passive. We just get this intel for free. Oh, but while I'm here... We gotta do some science. Magnetometer, what's this altitude considered? High? High over Minmus. Cool. Definitely keep that. I'm not planning to go for a landing. I think it's cool enough that we're here. If we're going for a landing, I'm bringing Kerbals aboard. They deserve it. But I will, of course, do all of the science. Hopefully I do all the science before time runs out. Okay. Okay, we haven't reached periapsis yet, which is good. We're at the planet. They're the planet. I'm gonna say planet to refer to moons, just... We're gonna use it as official terminology here because I don't care to say celestial body every single time. It's easier to just say planet. For the general case. Okay. We are waiting for an absolute minimum on our periapsis here. Velocities and gravitational acceleration are so low. Hard to know when we've exactly hit it. Okay. 157.9, 628, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 15. Okay. And I did not see it go to 158.0. Okay. Welcome back to this. Okay, so it was 14. 62814. 62814. Error is fortunately of 0.5 caliber. Then our periapsis velocity was 157.9. With an error of the classic 0.05. Now we head back to altitude and run the numbers some more. We're getting parameters, we're getting data. Ooh, Scatter is doing a weird thing to the planet's surface. Cool looking though. I'm gonna say that that's like solar wind. And call it intentional. Careful. Okay, get ready. 7408, 2223, 25, 26, 27, 24.2, 28, 29, 30, 31, 4.2, 24.2, 38, 39, 50, 24.2. 70, 24.2. This is going a lot longer than I expected, but I do not want to look away. I don't want to miss it. $32, 24.2, 35, 62, 68, 69, 70, 24.2, almost. It's slowing down. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh boy. Still 24.2, still rising somehow. Impressive. I suppose that's what happens when the gravitational acceleration is a rounding error. 32. 40, 41, 42, 44, 45, 46, 47, 50, 52, 53, 54, 56, so still 24.2, 60, 61, 2, 3, it's taking more than a second for it to roll over each time, and it's stressing me out. 70. $80, 81, 82, 83, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92. I will count these. 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 741100, 101, 102, 103. I'm afraid it'll take like a solid minute on one number before it goes to the next eventually. 10, 11. It's at 2 seconds now. Like 3 now, and it's just going to keep increasing until it becomes infinite time and then negative time and it starts going back down. I wonder what the expression of that would look like. I'm getting distracted at this point. It's gone on so long that my brain is trying to brain other things. Unhealthy. 35. 36. Four seconds. No movement on the velocity, so there's not a lot of velocity to take. 43. That was like 6 seconds. That was like 8 seconds. Yeah, okay, we're getting into extrapolation zone here. We have to care about every single number from now on. This one's 47. That's 48. Wow, it got through. $50. That was impressive. That was a 2-digit number of seconds. We could hit hyperbolic at any moment. But right now it's 50, and I'm checking the velocity in the interim, waiting to see if it goes to 24.1. Just for a moment. It's 50. If it goes up, it's 51. If it goes down, it's 49. We hit it. Okay. I did not see it go to 24.1, so we were putting that in as 24.2. Also, Apoapsis altitude is 741150. $24.2. As if I didn't say it enough. Okay, significant figures for this shall be... Well, unfortunately, the best we can do is actually only 3 because of our abysmal velocity. So I'll let it stand. But it gives us a pretty interesting result. 60,000 with an error of 300. Now, given the tendency for games to be made with nice round numbers for establishing your values, I'm willing to suspect that it is not simply merely close to 60,000, but is exactly 60,000. So, I shall go to our radius values and put down a nice 60,000 for Minmus. A good old green. There. So now we know. And now we can prepare. Okay, well, we're going to need a mu value. And I still don't have like a good mu value calculator sheet. It's just sort of around. But, you know the function. It's orbital period. It's always orbital period. How about we do it like this? We do it right now. We got to... How about we do it via periapsis? We go down the periapsis, and then I will do the method. We know what value to expect. It never went down to 4? Fortunately, that doesn't change the values. Spooky, though. Okay, anyway, we are at this exact moment, we're at 62816 ascending. And what we're going to do is we're going to mark down the time right now. We're going to do this in mission elapsed time, because why not? So, time point 1. The start time is going to be... And I'm going to try and make this a little bit more... like general purpose, I suppose. So I will put down all the numbers here, even if the number is 0. We're going to do the submission lap time because it's a smaller number and it doesn't really matter. 2 and 5. 2, 7, 10. We're going to have an end time and number. And an orbit count. I'm doing this so that we can go for multiple. So, let's go for multiple. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then going for periapsis on the 10. We're doing multiple orbits like this to increase the precision of our value. we're going for 62815. Particularly 62816 ascending. So we want to see 62815 once. And then C16, and then pause it. Why has our orbit changed? Very time. Our orbit has somehow changed. I'm at sea level altitude, but it's somehow 10 meters higher than it used to be. Unfortunately, we're just gonna have to accept that. And do the math. That's weird. I guess I won't feel particularly confident about this. Point is, though, it's year 237. Or day 237. 03229. 03229. Orbit count was, move all these over a little bit. Orbit count was 10. Okay. So first thing we want to do is the general system is this minus this times the conversion factor into the next column, which in this case is 426. Now this one will be this minus this plus what we got from the previous. Multiplied by the conversion of data hour, which is 6. I'm going to paint all these like some weird gray so that they know it's really referring to the thing next to it. Okay. So then this is this minus this plus this multiplied by the conversion from hours to minutes, which is 60. And in minutes, it is end minus start plus layover multiplied by the conversion to seconds, which is 60. And then finally, it is this minus this plus this. For a perceived orbital period of just about, I'm going to border this one. There we go. No fill. No fill. Okay. So that's our orbital period in 10. Which means our real orbital period is this divided by that. Great. So what do we do with an orbital period of 46,951.9? Well, we put it into the equation we already know. Orbital period equals circle constant times the square root of semi-major axis cubed divided by mu. Now we can rearrange that to get exactly what we want, the exact rearrangement. Let me just allow myself to do this real quick. period over circle constant equals the square root of a cubed equals a cubed divided by mu. Square both sides, we get this square here, we get this square here. This can be deleted. And then we can invert this over to get like proper stuff. So this would be mu is equal to semi-major cubed. I mean, in this case, yeah, okay. Circle constant squared over orbital period squared. So, what's our... What is our semi-major? Well, it's our periapsis and our apoapsis. And this is why we needed the planet radius ahead of time. So I'm going to use what we used in the survey for these values, even if they have altered over time, because that scares me. So it would be 62815. And that. Wrong area. Okay. Planet radius we determined to be 60,000. So semi-major axis is going to be periapsis plus apoapsis plus planet radius twice divided by 2. Which means we have everything we need. Mu is therefore no border here. What we did before, it will be circle constants on top. So before times pi times pi times, I'm going to do the power of semi-major to the third divided by the orbital period. Would you look at that? We got a number of some kind. Oh, no, my mistake. It is divided by the period squared. I forgot. It would be squared as well. So we need to do that squared. Much better. The much more reasonable value. Thick border, you. Good. And this is our method. I can rearrange this into a one-dimensional table eventually, and through that we'll be able to just calculate mu values with whatever we're doing. And that would be good for us. For now, though, mu value. Let's put this into our standard gravitational parameter, paste it as value. It's definitely the smallest we've had so far. And that makes sense. Given I'm not so confident with these values, especially this one, keep it as yellow, but with this, at the very least, we can prepare the calculator for minimus type stuff. It'll be a minimus. Planet radius is 60,000. Planet SGP is currently listed as this. Paste this value. Oh, that makes sense. It should just by default give you the orbital period of at sea level. That's funny. Let's put in our values right now and just make sure I've calculated putting these numbers correctly. 62828. Target altitude is, as was in the survey, 741150. For a desired velocity of 157.9, which is indeed our velocity. Ain't that wacky? Well, enough looking at this data. Let's lower our orbit. Well, first off, is this low enough to get the other boom? We got a high orbit, do we got a low orbit? Is this low enough? No. Okay, let's try 30,000. I suspect that the equation might be something like, I don't know, double the radius. Step 1, go out to grand distance. Expecting 7.4 or so. Okay, I don't care about the particulars. Let's just run these numbers. We're at 740,721. Want a target altitude of, let's go 20,000. Actually, 15,000. Target velocity is 19.4. Let's do it. We could land, but I'm worried about losing signal because we're on the wrong side of the planet. It is a real risk. 19.4. Want to make it more of properly our apoapsis. Okay, 19.4. Let's see where that takes us. I already had the paper down. I don't need it. Though I did want to see 19.44 is good. Okay. If we get occluded in some awkward way, we'll figure it out. Okay, we're sub 30. We still got signal. Still got a direct line to the Space Center. Space near Minus. Trace magnetic fields are magnified by this sensitive instrument and measured in real time as you orbit near the celestial body. It's almost like hearing the heartbeat. Okay, yeah. It's the exact same thing I said last time. But also, we're lower, so maybe the other things will be good. Actually, let's review the science we have already, just to confirm that's true. Yeah, high over Minmus, keep it. Now, where are we now? Near Minmus. These samples are glowing. Seismic data is impossible. Temperature. Pressure data. Dogoo. Great. All right. Now, at this point, we could go for a landing. That would be a great win for just our general capabilities, but I am going to reserve that for when we have a crew. You know what would be fun? Leaving... Oh, well, before I do any of that, let's gather all the science. Container collect all. Container collect all. 10 there. Oh, we've lost contact. Okay, we got contact again. Okay, 10 and 2. The 2 is the second material study, and the second... Wait, why are there duplicates? Like, oh, maybe one of the... Magnetometer report from space near and while space high. Okay, why are they alone in there then? Okay, temperature. I guess I just had it twice for some reason. Okay. Strange, but acceptable. Okay, new question. How do we get back? Also, I'm going to leave this stage here. And I'm doing that for the simple reason that I think it'd be cool. Let's make sure it's sitting in a vaguely north-south orientation relative to the sun, so that no matter what orientation it is, these solar panels on the side won't accidentally get occluded in a weird way. This is a valid probe. I'm keeping it around mostly as a means of... also, okay, there's a whole other idea here. We've gathered all the science, we don't need any of this. We could leave it in orbit as our first Minmus relay. Let's rename this vessel to the RF. For Minmus, let's do an N. 1. Oh wait, we just call these relays. I'm gonna call this a makeshift relay. It might help bridge the gap. Okay. From here, everything is good. Now, I remember, I went through great lengths to make sure that the top part of this had a probe. But, and I know this would be illegal anyway, but I'm going to hit F5. And now I'm going to hit the ejector seat. We are good. Okay, so we know that this is north from Minmus. And what's north from Minmus is probably north for Kerbin. Inclination's a little different. So if that's north, this would be west. We can also do a little better. We know that the gravity of Minmus is pretty weak. So if we just pretend that our altitude is 47 million, and that our target altitude is like 25,000. 43.8. So in theory, we go 43.8 over the speed limit. No. Wait. 47,000,000 here as well. Hello, Xylot. Welcome to math and science. So right now we're technically at approximate orbital speed of 272.3. So if I accelerate 272.3 that way, it should basically zero out our velocity. So let's do it. So 272.3 this way is, I don't know what it would be. How about we just go until it says 272? Actually, given what it's doing right now, maybe we go until it says 200. I'll just 72 in that direction. Minor bug on this ship. The engines are loud. We may need to fix that. Okay. So at this point, we can now do another Minimus experiment. First off, I am definitely getting a screenshot for the thumbnail, huh? Let's get a good shot of the flag in there. Let's zoom out and then Alt zoom forward. Yeah, that's the good stuff. That's the good stuff right there. Now get me out of the shot. Perfect. Glad you would allow me to indulge. Okay, next experiment to do, which we can technically do now, is figure out the sphere of influence of this thing. I know that we could technically calculate it due to the fact that we know, like, the mu values of each of these things, but I'll just do it by when the thing clocks over. Watch the altitude. 600,000. 700,000. 800,000. 90. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We actually get past the million. Well, not much further. So if it is greater than 1 million, then that means that we have some pretty decent margin in terms of orbit. Once we get the inclination, holding at 47 million, we'll eventually get an encounter. 2 million even. This is actually very, very generous. Okay, 2 million, 2.1 million. Okay, I'm going to call that 2.2 million, just approximately. Log that down. 2.2. Well, 200,000. And the details don't really matter. Interestingly enough, it's almost exactly the same as the moon. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I think it does. The sphere of influence is influenced by three things, technically. The mass of the greater orbital body, the mass of the lesser orbital body, and the distance between the two bodies. If an object is closer, the smaller sphere of influence will have less influence because it's being overpowered by the bigger gravitational field. I think. So if it's farther away, the gravitational influence from the larger body is further out, so it doesn't have as much control over it. Its acceleration is weakened. So the fact that the moon and Minmus are spaced such that their SOIs are almost identical is very interesting. I wonder if I could use that fact alone to sort of figure out Minmus's parameters in a sort of reverse engineered kind of way. Meanwhile, we are in orbit of Kerbin at very high altitude and with a great deal of inclination. We appear to be ascending, which is good. Go back to the actual proper visual. We're about to have a proper apoapsis, and at that point I will descend us to the planet's surface. And clock it there. Okay, time to calculate some stuff. So current altitude is 53318,000. And our target altitude is 25,000 for a lovely re-entry. Target velocity is 38.7. I'm gonna go with 38.8. I already overshot it. I'm gonna go for a solid 39. I know our mu value for Kerbin is a little off, which is why I don't feel comfortable with such tight margins. So I'd rather skim the atmosphere, maybe use all of our copious amounts of propellant to control our descent better. Once we get to about moon radius, I'll feel better. I should have used this time to maybe figure out a way to get the inclination of Minmus. But the stream's been going on for nearly 7 hours, which is possibly a new record for me not in the RFC lobby hosting. Well, it's a new record for an EXC stream, absolutely. Wow, it did not feel like I was streaming for that long. I guess this is just really chill. Okay, so despite my overcorrection, what is our periapsis? 32. Okay, so I think when it's changing the camera view, it's not actually saying collision, it's just saying really close to the surface for this case. Either way, it would be safe for us to eject. Oh no. We've lost control authority at the worst possible time. There's no relay that can service us right now. We're gonna lose all this data. We're gonna lose all this scientific data because our relay network has a blind spot. This stinks. Oh. Okay. All right. It's stable, but without a way to launch parachute, this is doomed. We have to hope that just something shifts, we move far enough forward that we do hit relay. We are so doomed. Wait, we have relay! Launch the chutes! The order has been set, the command is set, they'll just deploy. Oh my goodness, what are we in contact with? The Space Center, Okay, we're just barely cresting the horizon. The radio signal is bouncing over the atmosphere. That was the closest save I think we've ever had. And we saved Roncott from pointing straight down towards the planet. Okay, parachutes deployed. We are out of concerns. My goodness. Oh, wait. No. Okay, I understand now. I don't think it was because of... Like, it wasn't a relay blind spot. That was the plasma blackout. I was panicking at the time, so I didn't really think it through, but yeah. That was probably plasma blackout, not a blind spot. There are definitely blind spots, though. We need to send up more relay satellites. But I think that was just a regular old plasma blackout. A concern, because we lost the ability to, you know, control our re-entry. We jettisoned a bit too... Well, we didn't get the chance to jettison, is the problem. Yeah, I'm gonna say that was a plasma blackout. Still, great success today. We cannot argue with this. We got to the sphere of influence of Minmus. We got its gravitational parameters. That blew up. And we got some free science for it blowing up. Maybe I should add in some drogue shoots. Maybe it's warranted. Maybe like one. Like on the back here. I think it's fine if it's asymmetrical. If the drogue shoot's deploying, we're already subsonic. Okay. Recover. Even without this being a landing, this is going to be some great science. Even just for the accomplishment of flyby of Minmus. In orbit of Minmus, even. And this paves the way. We have a rough method that we can refine. That we can improve. That we can evolve. And through evolving it, we can get to Minmus. We can conquer Minmus. We can do regular flights to Minmus. I think there's always going to have to be some guess and check. Put ourselves in a holding pattern as we wait for Minmus to approach us, but overall, it worked really well, and now we have 530 science. 20 more, probably from our laboratory on the moon. And we can get some of the big stuff. Looking at you, nuclear propulsion, but there's a lot of good science we could do. Specialized control. Aerodynamics, we're going to need the fuel tanks for these in order to do nerve stuff without problem. Yeah, no, here we are. The big fuselages in Mark III with liquid fuel variations. So this is how you get the good nerve fuel. But yeah, with this, we've gotten to Minmus. Oh, with that, I am gonna get the heck out of here. This has been a grand success, and I'm happy for it. Tune in to making Minmus travel normal for somebody who can't use the dang map. I'm Exception. This is in TV. Have a good day, and good night.